Good morning, all. My name is Tony Giansanti. I am the director of the Student Conference. Thank you for joining us today. Very excited to have all of you with us. Um, we will be starting the event in just a moment. I wanted to come on and introduce myself and welcome all of you. We have opened up this event to students all over our Western region. So I think one of the fun things that you could do is in the chat room or in the chat feature, make sure you have it set to uh, everyone, not just panelists. I think the default is panelist. So if you want to set it to everyone and just say who you are and what school you are attending, I think that'd be a great way of kicking things off. So feel free to use that chat feature. Um, I'm going to share the agenda so you have a better understanding of exactly what we are going to be doing today. Okay, so the welcome, obviously, that's me. Then we will have a few words from the president of IIDA Northern California. From there, we'll be launching into a panel discussion. We have five senior industry professionals who are going to discuss COVID-19 and the impact on our profession, and most importantly, for all of the students on this call, what the future holds. From there, we're going to go to our virtual tours. We are excited to have tours from Revel Architects, Boulder Associates, Gensler, Studio O+A, and Bar Architects. From there, we'll take a small break, a bio break. Then we will dive into the keynote address from Angie Lee with FX Collaborative. She has a very exciting presentation and overview of that is very relevant to students. And then from there, we'll be diving into the Meet the Professionals. This is, for lack of a better word, this is sort of a speed dating portion of the event. Anyone who attended last, or I should say the event in 2019 will be familiar with it. This will be where industry professionals will give a little bit of their history and a little bit of how they ended up where they are today. So I know that a lot of you are looking at the current state of the market. These are uncertain times, and you are wondering, well, I'm getting a fancy new design degree. What can I do with it? And this is just to show you that there are a tremendous number of career paths that your design degree can take you down. Not all of them lead to working at a firm, but there's still a lot of ways to flex that creative muscle and stay in the industry. And hopefully that these 7 folks will give you some insight into that. And with that, I'll stop sharing. So again, welcome to everybody. I see that we've got, almost half of the folks that have signed up so far, but this moves along. So with this, I'm going to turn it over to Yoko Ishihara, current president of the IIDA Northern California Chapter.
Great, thank you, Tony. So hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today for our second annual student conference. We're really excited to have you all here. There's going to be, as Tony said, a lot of great inspiration and a lot of learning contents today. I'd like to thank Tony Giansanti, who just at the top, for this amazing event. Over the last couple of years, our chapter had really elevated the programs for the student and created a really great sense of strong community for students in our region. So I wanted to thank specifically of a great job that our team is doing under student affairs chairs. And I also wanted to emphasize how serious we take about students' community. You are the future of our industry, and supporting the growth and the elevating your career to the emerging leadership is really critical to us. So I'm assuming that you all had the time to learn at your school that interior design profession is more than what it may appear to most of the people. And it is not just about making the space look pretty, which is important, but it is so much more than that. We are essentially artisans crafting human experiences based on thorough observation, research, analysis, inspirations, and technical knowledge. And we are also strategists, helping our client businesses to thrive and then to be elevated. We are enhancing human experiences and shaping our community. So if architects are starting their thought process from the land and urban planning perspective, we start our process from people, which means that our criteria for good design is constantly shifting. So now for me, this makes my job really exciting. So I hope you feel the same way. And having a growth mindset and absorbing information and learning what is around us is really important to become a great designer. So today you will have the chance to hear from thought leaders and great designers, talented designers, and see some projects examples within our community. So really excited to see those. And secondly, having a great connection in the community and finding someone that you can look up to as a designer is really critical to your career. So this really pretty much applies to any professions. And we have a lot of great contents coming up in our chapter. And we also just launched the virtual mentorship. So we hope that through this program, IIDA can help create the bridge to professionals in our community. And if you're not members, please consider it. So now I hope you enjoy your day, and I will hand this back to Tony.
Fantastic. Thank you, Yoko. Great opening words, great opening remarks. I think that we do have a very solid group of people to use, to tap into, to lean on. IIDA is the commercial design profession. And there's not a better resource out there for helping to learn how to enter the market, how to advance your career. We have a great source of mentors. We have a tremendous number of events, although all of them lately are virtual. We also have a number of design competitions, scholarship money, just a number of resources that you can tap into. So again, thank you for joining today. So our next agenda item is a panel discussion. This will be a approximately 45-minute discussion on the state of the state of the design industry and what the future holds. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Kareem Barzagar with Avison Young, who's going to be our moderator. We will be accepting questions towards the end of the panel discussion. Kareem, you'll notice those come up in a separate window. Please put those questions in the Q&A option down at the bottom of your screen, as opposed to just the general chat. We know that those questions will be directed to the panelists. And then as we enter into the panel discussion and switching to hearing them and switching to the tours, please keep in mind we're design professionals and we're fantastic at what we do, but we're not technologists. So if there are any technological hiccups during this, it's because of that. And with that, I'll hand it over to Kareem.
Thank you very much, Tony. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Happy Friday, although in these trying times, I'm not sure which day of the week it is most weeks. Welcome to the IIDA Student Conference panel. We have an exciting panel for you this morning of professionals from across the board to give you their perspective on the market, what they're experiencing, and what you can expect when you graduate. Briefly, my name is Kareem Barzagar. I'm a Senior Vice President at Avison Young. I specialize in office space leasing in downtown San Francisco. And an integral part of my job is making sure that my clients, who are office space users, have a well-designed office space. And as a broker, we don't do any of that. That's all on you guys. So if it wasn't for the architects that were involved in our programming for each of our clients, we would not be able to create office spaces that really helped with the individual needs of our clients. if you think about some basic analogies, the law firm or CPA space had a lot of very small individual offices because they had very privatized work. But as really the evolution of office space has happened in the last 20 years, we've gone to a much more open and collaborative model pre-COVID. So there have been some changes, and if it wasn't for the design folks, companies really wouldn't be able to utilize their office space for what they need. And they really would not be able to work collaboratively and or privately, depending on what their individual needs were. So I've been in the business for 20 years. I think every transaction I've worked on, we've had architects and interior designers involved. So you guys are a huge part of what we do as office space brokers. So I thank you for that. But I want to have a chance to let our panel introduce themselves. And so I'm going to give each of them a moment here to introduce themselves, say who they are, what they do, and just a minute about what they think. So let's go ahead. On my screen, I have some wonderful folks here. Let's see. I am going to start with Scott. How are you doing?
Good, good. Thank you very much.
None of these guys know I'm calling on him, by the way, so give them a second.
Good morning, everybody, and thanks for coming. My name is Scott Clement. I'm a principal and CEO at Revel Architecture and Design. We're a interior design firm based in San Francisco with an office in LA as well. And about 50 people. We primarily focus on workplace interiors, so which has obviously greatly been impacted over the last year. So that's a little about me. I'll let you introduce the next folks.
Haley, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Haley Serlin. I'm a project executive with GCI General Contractors. We're about a $300 million firm with 3 offices throughout the Bay Area, and we're the general contractor bringing the spaces to life. And we do spaces like biotech spaces, office interiors, infrastructure projects, and recently we've been getting into cannabis work as well. So nice to meet you all.
Thank you very much. Carrie, would you like to go ahead, please?
Yeah, hi, morning. Welcome. I'm Carrie Johansson with LPA Design Studios, and I'm an interiors project leader. And our firm really does focus on quite a big range. You know, right now I'm focused in on healthcare and the education market, so K through 12. But we also have, you know, corporate, workplace. We also do higher education, civic, as well as a multitude of kind of smaller research-based projects. And I've been kind of doing in the industry for roughly about 15 years.
Great, thank you. Danielle, would you like to?
Yes, hi.
Here, please, hello. Caught you in the middle of a note, sorry.
Nice to see you guys today. I'm Danielle Benz. I am a global design lead at Google. I work on our office spaces. I really provide guidance and clarity to our project teams, work with interior architects and interior designers and architects, I should say. Prior to my time at Google, I spent 16 years at Gensler and Perkins & Will as an interiors and architect lead. I'm both licensed in California as an interior designer and an architect. So prior to my time at Google, though, now really focusing on commercial interiors and architecture, I worked in healthcare, retail, commercial interiors. I worked on all scopes or all types of projects in my previous life.
Very good. Thank you so much. Well, I think that one thing that all the students are going to be very curious about is what is the state of the market? You know, the last 10 years, our market, as we call it, has been going very strong. Job growth has been going very well. In the healthcare industry, there's been a lot of initiatives that have been passed. In the education department, there's been a lot of bonds that have been passed. So there has been a lot of work to be had. And now in the last year with COVID, we've had a significant downturn, especially in the office space market. And for the students who are wondering what it's going to be like to get into a market like this, I will say that I started my career in April of 2002, which was the lowest point after the dot-coms. And it teaches you a lot. It teaches you a lot. So I think it really makes you a stronger professional because you're not just jumping into this crazy circus of business that you really don't know where half of the things are coming from. So I think it'd be good to hear from everyone on the panel, though. And I will start Danielle, your first box on my screen, so I'm going to start with
All
you.
right. Okay.
So what do you think the state of the market is today, and what can the students look forward to in the future? And then I'll go Haley, Scott, and then Carrie.
I don't know if I have a crystal ball and I know what the state of the market. I mean, we all know it's trying right now in the Bay Area. It's a little bit better, but it's definitely still a challenge. I just wanted to touch upon my time when I graduated as well. For this question, I graduated in May of 2003 and in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and it was really trying time. And I sent out so many resumes at that time. It was definitely paper resumes, not applying online at the time. And I heard back from people, but it was, maybe next year, maybe in a couple years, like, thank you so much for sending out your information. And it ended up getting finally a call from Perkins and Will. And they said, great, we need a receptionist. And I said, okay, I just went to school for many, many years, but sure, because this is the only option I have right now. And so I started at Perkins and Will as a receptionist that May. And immediately I said, I can do whatever you need me to do. I can do AutoCAD. I can't even remember what programs we were using at that time, but I said, I can do anything, sketching. And they immediately put me to work on little things here and there. And soon I was doing presentations while I was welcoming people into the office. And just 2 months after I started, the principal that was in charge of interiors asked me to bring in my portfolio. And I had an actual interview then where I had to show my portfolio, and I got hired as a full-time designer. So I want you to be open to opportunities. It can be really challenging and really defeating at times. And if I hadn't taken my sister's suggestion for just trying it and doing the best I can, she's the one that told me to take that job, I wouldn't be where I'm at today. So I don't know where we're going, but it's going to get better. We know it's going to get better, and it's cyclical. So we'll get through this, do your best, and hopefully in a year or two, we'll be back to where we were at. Or close to it.
Great, thank you. Haley, please.
Yeah, well, I think Danielle's story is really applicable to the state of the market right now. I think as a firm and as a new employee coming into the market's changing quickly, rules and regulations are changing quickly. Which markets are hot right now, whether it's shifting from downtown San Francisco to San Jose, or shifting from office space to biotech. And then it will shift back. As Danielle said, the market's really cyclical. Just really remaining adaptable and open to any opportunity that comes your way is really valuable to employers right now. I think, you might get asked to go to a different city or run a different type of project than you're used to or you want to, but I think it's really important to remain flexible and open and eager for any experience that comes your way. Thanks, Graham.
Mute button, sorry, mute button. Scott, please go ahead.
Yeah, just echoing exactly what Danielle and Haley said. It's funny, my bunch of us seem to have all graduated around the same time. I actually graduated in 2001, just in time to get a pretty good job and then get laid off from it a year later. So, which was very defeating. I graduated in architecture and had great big ideas about what that meant and what great buildings I was going to be designing in the future. And then to be out of work a year later and nobody hiring was a challenge. So echoing what Daniel said about having an open mind and perspective, I ended up going, long story, I was dating somebody in another country, but I ended up moving to that country and teaching English for a year and a half, and took advantage of the fact that, hey, if there's not a job out there right now in what I'm doing, I'm going to do something else that I might follow my heart and passions. The great thing about doing that was that it really taught me a lot to get comfortable about being in front of people and talking and presenting. And I was a very shy person, so got used to that. When I came back, I had my heart set on moving to San Francisco, and hiring had just started picking up. And I got an offer at an interior design firm designing interiors of offices. And I was like, well, what's that? So I didn't go to school to do that. I went to school to do architecture. You know, went and took a job there with the intention of staying for 12 months. And then when the market got a little better, I would change the job and do something else, do real architecture. It was really silly. That's what I thought at the time. Fast forward 16 years, you know, here I am, you know, helping, you know, working with a spectacular team of designers doing interiors. So all of that story to say that, you know, it's a very uneven market. While office interiors is very down right now, you have education, multifamily housing is booming. Other markets are taking off. So just don't follow a kind of preconception about what you believe you should be doing when you graduate from school, and be very open to trying other things. This will pass.
Yes, Scott, I agree. This will pass. This will pass. Carrie, please, your thoughts.
And such great insight. I think what's great about us here is we have so many different experiences. Having myself graduated in 2006, it was kind of a time where everyone wanted to be in workplace. Everyone wanted to be kind of that, go to San Francisco, go to the Bay, like really experience that different take on design. And I was graduating from Fresno State, from their interior design program. And I thought, God, the Bay Area is where I want to be. And I remember, you know, sending out resume after, you know, paper resumes, resume after resume to firms. And I got like the last firm that I'd sent out, I was like, this is it, this is going to be the one. And it was a healthcare firm. And I thought, I'll just take it. I don't, you know, at this point, I don't care. And I would say, like, to, I know Danielle and Haley and Scott, you know, the idea of being versatile and adaptable, I had no, like, healthcare wasn't on my radar. Education wasn't on my radar. And I remember getting the position and going, let's, you know, just jumping in with all I had and loving it. You know, I think to that extent, not having a crystal ball, I don't, you know, foresee what really could come out of the change in the workplace and even the change in education at times that we're seeing, but being open to other areas of discipline, you know, multifamily, you know, even, you know, Haley said cannabis, there's so many cool opportunities within the interior design and architecture world. And even, you know, for instance, in our company, we have a really research focused effort for evidence-based design and really following how people use space. That's something that we're seeing more and more as being such an important tool to adapt and add to the design process. Even there is really just so many great opportunities. So everyone said it so great, just be open and kind of be hungry and be versatile.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I think that being adaptable and being open obviously creates more opportunities for you. And I think, as a lot of you said, we all have grand ideas when we graduate about this awesome, high paying, exciting job that we're going to get. And then they tell you to design a cubicle and you're like, what? So believe me, I understand. One thing I will say is this, as everyone is looking to be adaptable and everyone is looking to, you know, come out of college with some open doors to them, what do you think employers are looking for from today's young professionals? What do you think would set them apart from other people so that in what might be a challenging hiring market, they might have a better chance? And we'll do the panel in the reverse order this time. So Carrie, I'm going to come to you first, and then Scott, Haley, and Danielle.
It's such a powerful question. And I think, you know, not really knowing how every program reacts to new technology. I think, you know, new, you know, learning capabilities and tools within the industry, whether you're a product specialist, you're on the, you know, client side as a PM, I would say just being kind of open and ready to learn new programs and software. I think now in this world of, you know, digital design and virtual design, having the, you know, spirit of just trying new softwares and learning them. You know, so much of what we do now is in Revit. You have all these three-dimensional programs that really tie into that market. You know, I think I remember doing AutoCAD and thinking, like, you know, everyone talking that this was like the new big thing. And then I think on the A&D side now, you're really seeing it more focused on Revit and the idea of integrating other consultants and disciplines within to that program. So I think that is a big tool that I think students can really benefit from, is, you know, learning those programs and really being capable to kind of get your feet wet. You don't have to know it all. I think just the fact that being open to learning these programs, Revit, you know, 3D Studio Max, Lumion, all the things that really are utilized in the A&D firms. If that's where your goal is, if that's where your head is at, like just getting comfortable using those tools is, I think, a big outlier for anyone hiring and seeing what your capabilities are.
Thank you. Scott, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, what we're looking for is not too different than what we were looking for a year ago or 5 years ago. It hasn't really changed. I think first and foremost, when we look at people coming out of school, it's just as Carrie said, that eagerness to just put in 110%, and be willing to kind of take on whatever, you know, the need is. But we are always looking for people that first and foremost have a you know, personality and willingness to learn. You know, it's just really you know, not shying away or believing in kind of like a preconceived notion of what you want to do, but just a willingness to just to be personable, to be working as a team, to be working with a group of people. And that's usually the first thing I'm looking for, is just what do you like in communicating with other people and working with a team, because that's really what it's all about. We know that you're coming out of school and that you don't know how to, you know, put together a 100-page set of drawings for a building or to design something from scratch necessarily. We understand that there's a learning curve there. And so it's more looking for that understanding to learn and work with a team and grow. That's kind of first and foremost. I really think the advantage that a lot of you have is that whereas we've all been trying to figure out, you know, for the past year how to collaborate remotely over, you know, Zoom and various remote tools, is that, you know, you've had this since you can remember, and that the ability to collaborate through digital means or virtual means is extremely important. So.
Thank you, Scott. Please, Haley, go ahead.
Yeah. You know, I think Carrie and Scott hit on it, and I hit on it. My first comment was just about adaptability. So I'm not going to hit on that again, but I think Scott hit on something really great there. Like, we're looking for the same type of person we were looking for a year or 3 years ago. Number one, good employee fit here at GCI, and I think it's applicable to all the firms, is having a really great culture fit. And so I think getting excited about the job you're going into, really trying to get everything you can on LinkedIn, or calling people, or finding out on their website what that company's culture is, and really seeing how you can fit into that culture will really help show how excited you are about entering that firm in whatever position you're striving for. And then outside of that, I think we're looking for, eager, hard workers, people who educate themselves outside of just what we're doing here today, reading books, listening to podcasts. We love people who are striving for more information and continuing to learn throughout their career. And little things like that can just tick the interview your way.
The only thing I have to add to that, because everyone said such great things, was the importance of strong visualization skills at the moment. I think it's really important right now that we're communicating online, but I think it will go forward as well. So if there's a way to hone in on your graphics at this time, take the time to do it, because it's going to be, it's so much more important now than ever. Not that it wasn't.
I'll add to that, be strong in Revit and being able to model and learn Revit. Everybody is looking for that. So so if you don't have that already, you know, work on those skills. There's one thing I was going to add to Haley, you just reminded me, that we always look for an interview, is that research. Haley, you mentioned it, is that excitement culture fit. Don't go into an interview just kind of only ready to present yourself and not know the company to a deeper level, I always notice when somebody in an interview drops like one project that's on the homepage of our website, as a project that shows that they researched our company. Do more than that. Really know, really research that company as much as possible to find out what they are and what the culture fit is. Even though your choices may be limited, that really resonates when people see that you've done your research.
No, that's great. I would definitely agree with that. And I can't tell you the number of people I've interviewed who have looked at our website and then mentioned something from our website in the interview. So yes, that's I'll do my research. I'll quick look at their website before I go in. So we can see right through that. That's for sure. So one small industry joke for all you students is that if you work for one of the big five, like the Googles or the Amazons or the Apples or any of these, you're not allowed to talk about what you're working on. So Danielle, are you guys allowed to talk about anything that you guys are working on right now? No, what I'd like to do is give the students a chance to get a taste of what you guys are working on right now. So if there are jobs that you guys are allowed to talk about, maybe you could share one or two things that you're particularly working on right now to the level and depth that you're allowed to share it, just so the students have an idea of what kind of projects you're working on in today's troubled market. And Danielle, I picked you out because of Google, but what are you guys working on, or what can you talk about in your daily application of your architectural skills?
I can talk about whatever is in the news. So let me see. No, the exciting work that we're doing is quite a bit of ground up in the Bay Area. Some of the projects are definitely on hold right now, but many of them aren't. We're building a mass timber project, 2 mass timber projects in Sunnyvale right now that are really exciting to be part of. And we're continuing to expand those mass timber projects outside of the Bay Area as well. I'm working on a couple up in Seattle too. So working on that, trying to really think about the environment when we're working on our new ground up buildings is really exciting. I can't believe I'm part of such an innovative team and a company that really wants to push the boundaries more than I ever dreamed about. So yeah, mass timber are the projects that I'm most excited about and that I'm closest to.
I got to get faster with my unmute button. Sorry. Thank you very much for sharing that. Haley, I'm going to come to you next, and then we'll go Scott and then Carrie. What are you allowed to talk about today?
Yeah, I think I had mentioned we're doing a lot of biotech work, and an interesting tick up in the market recently, not only in the biotech space, but has been in the developer space. Many developers around the Bay Area are shifting from office space into spec lab space. And spec lab space can be extremely complicated because you're trying to foresee what someone might be doing in that space, whether it's R&D, research and development, it could be GMP space. Those types of spaces take different types of air changes and different types of pieces of equipment. So you have different needs from like a front end utility perspective. And so these developers are trying to foresee what type of client might be leasing out these spec lab spaces. And we've been helping them from a BOD perspective on the MEP side and helping them visualize and actually execute some of these spec lab builds, which has been an interesting turn in the market that we're really excited about.
Great, thank you. Scott, please go ahead.
Well, so because of the competition that we see now for tenants in the market in terms of office space, we do a lot of work for landlords, and the landlords have really been stepping it up. We've been doing lots of renovations, whether it be rooftop decks, conferencing and amenity suites for buildings, or just ADA upgrades, seismic upgrades, all sorts of things and improvements that maybe there was less motivation when the market was so hot. And now everybody's kind of taking advantage of this time when everybody's still at home to make investments back into their office and spaces. So that's actually where a large majority of our work is coming from. Also something, and to mention that this is an advantage for all of you out there too, is that the working remote has really opened up so many new opportunities. And if you really think about it, because you're not necessarily tied to San Francisco or the Bay Area, you can work on a project anywhere. And we'd been working that way. Our firm had been working that way to a certain extent before the pandemic hit, but we actually opened our LA office in April of last year. We have 5 people there now. And we're getting a lot of work on the entertainment. A lot of people are streaming movies and content right now, if you haven't noticed. So that's really super hot in the LA market right now, and we're actually have a number of our people located in San Francisco and the Bay Area working on projects in Los Angeles remotely. So entertainment is where we see a lot of growth right now in LA.
Well, that's great to hear. I'm glad to hear there's another sector that's getting busy. And actually, the head project manager in my office of Avis and Young, the second head project manager, excuse me, she just moved to San Diego, and our company wouldn't let her quit. They said, "Look, you're doing your job from your desk, so please continue to be our awesome project manager from San Diego." So she's managing projects in San Francisco with 15 vendors. I'm a vendor, 15 vendors, and doing very well remotely. So, that shows why all the housing market in Tahoe and the housing market in other areas have picked up recently. So thank you for that, Scott. Carrie, please, your thoughts.
Oh, thank you. And to that effect of what Scott was mentioning, our office, I'm in Sacramento. We have offices in San Jose and San Diego and Irvine. And so being in the healthcare market, obviously during the pandemic, there was kind of this slowdown, and then there was this huge ramp up. So we are working on a big hospital campus in Irvine, but we're also seeing projects that are really equitable come to the table that we maybe didn't see the push for, in the past. So for instance, I'm doing a project with Sharp in behavioral health. So there's something to be said about the mental health crisis going on, and seeing that there are facilities and institutions that are investing in behavioral health was something that was a great outcome. And I think just kind of is going to propel healthcare forward. Healthcare is so diversified. We're working on a health and wellness facility up in Northern California that really speaks to that. It's different than a behavioral health component, which is where you have really almost intensive mental health needs in that facility. It's on a hospital campus, but you're still designing for people. So I think that's something that Yoko said really well early on, as we are, interior designers. I think in interior architecture is really people driven, and to design for that, whether it's workplace, education, I think, healthcare, it's something that really can be to the benefit of society. So that's something we're seeing actually really increase and ramp up, which is, I think, really needed in especially in California, but just the world today.
No, I would agree with you there. I was actually working on 3 autism centers before the pandemic hit. So there's been a lot of mental health studies with autism in the last 10, 15 years, especially. Then a lot of the autism study centers and self-help centers are really taking off. So I think the next thing that maybe students want to hear about is, what in your eyes does the future of this industry hold? And also, what are you most excited about in your industry moving forward? So maybe it's a project, maybe it's a new technology, maybe it's a new platform that you're working on, whatever the case may be. So what do you think the future holds for your industry, and what are you really excited about that's coming up for you? And we'll do the reverse panel. So Carrie, I will start with you.
That's a big question. I would say I'm gonna just go from my experience. I mentioned, it's actually perfect that you started the other direction. We're seeing a lot more health and wellness, I think, be a part of the healthcare. Like, you think of healthcare and you think hospitals, your doctor's offices, imaging, but it's really become kind of this homogenous group of, what is even like workplace. I think that's something really starting to be a part of the healthcare world in the design sense. We're seeing a lot more integrated campuses, big entities like Google, Apple, that have their own, health center on campus. And so you kind of think of it in pockets, but I think it's really much more in today's world collaborative across all disciplines. So, in the health and wellness market, that project I just mentioned, we're doing a recreation facility where we have kind of a wellness spa, a gymnasium, physical therapy, tied into the clinic. So your primary care physician next to your dentist, next to, imaging, next to your pharmacy, kind of the idea that you're not gonna have to do all these things in different places, and really kind of putting the needs of the person and your health and your wellness in one kit and caboodle, if you will. So I'm really excited about that in the market. I think that's just kind of the next progression of design in healthcare.
That's great. Thank you very much. Scott, what are your thoughts? What are you excited about, and what do you see the future of the industry as?
I'm sure Danielle spends a lot of her hours thinking about this too, working with Google. One of the things that is a little scary, but also I think is the most exciting, is the fact that we've got the major paradigm shift in what an office is for. It's fascinating to saw another article in Forbes yesterday, to see articles in Forbes and Wall Street Journal and the New Yorker, and everybody talking about offices, which, who was really talking about offices before across the mainstream? There's a complete rethinking of what offices are for and what they mean, and why do we go to them? And if we're going to go to them, what do they need to be? So, and for the most part, nobody knows. There's a lot of hypotheses out there, but everybody is pretty much waiting for people to actually come back to the office from the pandemic and see how they use it to kind of finalize what their policies are going to be about remote work versus coming into the office. How does that impact team building and culture fit and mentoring, which are all challenges that you'll be facing as well, is how to kind of connect with a new organization when you get a job. So it's like I said, it's a little scary, but it's super fascinating. I mean, I can't wait to see sort of what the offices look like that we're designing 2 or 3 years from now.
Yeah, they will each have their own UV air cleansing system. They will each have their own little compartmentalized airlocks so that we're not breathing the air of our neighbors. All the fun, exciting healthcare stuff.
It's interesting too how much the wellness, to Carrie's point, wellness was being talked about a lot before, maybe by a few companies, but not really being put in practice or being invested in. Now a lot more people are talking about, wellness as an important part of the investment in office space.
Definitely. I don't think that previous to the last 5 or 6, 7 years of boom, anybody had ever put a nap room in their office before. I don't think anybody had a quiet concentration and yoga room in their office space before. So I think that mental health and wellness was definitely on the rise, and especially now with the physical wellness being a question, that's definitely there. Thank you very much. And Danielle, your thoughts?
Yeah, Scott, I totally agree with you. Beyond mass timber, I'm really excited about what the office and the reimagining of what the office is going to be. We have an opportunity right now to change and respond to really those work-life balance needs and wants that we've been talking about for a really long time. I'm so excited about the opportunity to not have a commute every day. Although, yeah, in the last year, we haven't had a commute every day. Mine is a 30-second commute to my office. But it's really exciting to see where we might be going. And yeah, who knows what we'll be designing in the next few years. We've been talking a lot about it in the last 9 months. We're doing some pilots right now on some of our sites. Anticipating that people will be coming into some of our offices fairly soon. But those could change next month, if we get some different information, or if we decide that, we're going to work this way or that way. Right now, we are definitely going back to the office. We realize the importance of communicating and collaborating in person. So we will definitely be going back to the office. We just haven't determined exactly how many days a week or how much time that will be. But the exciting part is that we will be going back to the office. Google will be. I know places like Twitter have said you can work from home indefinitely. I'm really happy to be at a company that really does see the importance of collaboration and communicating and those, like, how does mentoring happen if you're sitting at home? So I think that answers your question.
Thank you very much. Haley, did I skip you?
Yeah, it's
Sorry
okay,
about
though.
that. Haley,
Yeah.
please, your thoughts.
Oh my God, so many great comments throughout the board. I think, the future of the market, I do think people are going back to the office. I just think the office will look a little bit differently in the future. I think, people who are less eager to go back to the office might have a harder time getting mentored and learning and growing at their jobs. And so I think it'll be an interesting balance on how it all works out in California. And how much time you actually spend in the office versus spending at home. It's really important to be around your employees, getting that culture and learning from each other. And so it'll be interesting to see where that balance lies. I also think it'll be interesting on the sustainability side to see the shift. I think, LEED was very strong in our industry for a long time and was really about looking at the materials and how you build the space. And it'll be interesting to see the shift, whether it's 2WELL, which is another certification system, or some other implementation. But WELL really looks at the quality of life of the employees who use the space on a day-to-day basis. And so I think to hit on that health and wellness streamline, that's how it might get applied in the space. But it'll be interesting to see how it works out. And then lastly, what I'm excited about the economy maybe getting a little bit smaller in terms of this virtual world we're in. We're getting clients who love to work with us in the Bay Area, reach out to us and say, hey, can you do this job in Montana? And that Montana job might just look differently for us because we're all used to working more virtually now. And we're more open to working in other spaces. And so don't limit your thought waves to just California. Like in this virtual world we're in, you can work all over the United States and all over the world.
Great. Thank you, Haley. Well, I want to take the time to take a question from the group here from our audience. This is from one of our audience members, Veronica. She said, this is for the whole group. I'd be interested in hearing from you guys about your own senior projects and overall portfolios that you did when you first started interviewing. Were there specific ideas or aspects that your employers were looking for? What are your thoughts about what employers will be looking for now for senior level work? And we will start with Carrie and do the reverse panel. Carrie, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think Danielle said something that I think triggered my brain is it was a printed resume. For instance, if I'm going to go back and look at my senior portfolio, I think, I made it. Once again, everyone said it's so great. The company I really wanted to, I interviewed a lot, and I think it was a time where it was just saturated, and wherever I interviewed and wherever I talked and really felt drawn to, I knew about the company. I really even kind of tailored my resume, pulled things out that I maybe felt the residential, I wasn't going for that. I didn't hone in on that. I really just tailored my resume and spoke to, things that related and to the company I was interviewing with. And that really, I think, helped, along with, I think, it was a culture fit actually that worked out beautifully at the time. And so there's a mix of unknown. I think when you go, you're not going to have all the answers. And I just think that's okay. I don't, they saw something in my resume that resonated and it worked out. And, I think first and foremost, just kind of do a little bit of your own homework and research on the company. And I think the rest will follow. That's probably it.
No, that's great. That's great. And I think that doing research on a company is a great leadway to go back to Scott. We had the researching a company comment earlier. Scott, what are your thoughts about what Danielle asked?
If your senior level work is your very best work, that you've done throughout your time in design school, then put that first and foremost and be able to talk about it. My senior project, I pretty much scrapped it. I already had it. Like I said, I graduated into a good economy and then it tanked. So I pretty much scrapped my senior project. I hated it. I had another, but basically I think in people's portfolios is just put together your best work. their very best work and a wide variety and range of work, whether that be some watercolor paintings you did mixed with a beautiful workplace, mixed with a beautiful of hospitality, hotel, restaurant design you did in your second year. Just put forward your best work. That will speak for itself. And again, like Danielle said, I hate to say it, but anything, I don't think anybody uses Form Z anymore, but when I came out of school, it was my renderings of my projects that was really what people were interested in looking at. And I'd say today that still is one of those things, is that visualization of seeing your ideas. You can talk about your ideas all you want, but seeing your ideas and having them be really understandable and relatable is going to be the most powerful when you're going into kind of, first of all, just get somebody's attention to even get that first interview.
Very good. Thank you so much. Haley, please, your thoughts.
Yeah, I think I might be hiring a different candidate than some of the other folks in the room where I don't really see design portfolio work. But I think what I would hit on that I think would be the same for all the folks is like you're leaving school doing design work for yourself, but you're entering a workforce doing design work as a team. And I think if you're able to highlight how capable you are to work on a team and how much other people enjoy working with you, I think that could be really successful in any of our categories.
Thank you. Danielle, please.
The only thing I have to add, because everyone touched on so many great things, was really showing all aspects of design if you can. So yeah, showing your best work, but if it touches on different aspects of design, concept, schematic, design development, renderings, maybe some details. I know you don't get into that too much during school, but you typically do have a little bit. I think that's really helpful too, to show your versatility.
The why of why you did the project, not just the project you did, but why did you do it the way you did?
I like that.
That's great. Thank you very much for that. Thank you to all of our panelists. And I believe that is our time this morning. So I will turn this back over to Tony Giansanti and Danielle, Haley, Scott, Carrie. Thank you all very much for being on the panel this morning. It's been a pleasure. And with that, Tony, I turn it back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, panelists. That was a fantastic conversation. I know very beneficial to all of the students on this webinar. So again, my thanks for joining us this morning. And just to echo what a lot of the panelists said, not to beat a dead horse, but I graduated during the recession of the early aughts. And my fancy new design degree, I got all of the firms that were hiring the previous year were laying off. I got a job at a commercial furniture dealer in their design group. When their sales went from 60 million to 20 million, I was laid off and went to another firm. They lost a big contract, was laid off, and ultimately made my way to become a manufacturer's rep. And I've been doing that for almost, for 20 years now. So it's a long, winding road. It can take you down a lot of different paths, but don't give up on the profession because it's an amazing profession. We are about to begin the virtual tours. The first one will be from Revel with Joyce Mizahara as our guide. Before I do, though, we do have some raffle prizes, and I did want to give away one of them right now. So give me a moment. And if I can figure out how to, there we go. If I can figure out how to show this, there we go. So our first raffle prize is from Emma Denver at Denver Enterprises, and it is a Blanks Box of Delight. So we have taken all of the attendees, and we have completely selected at random our first winner. And that first winner is, drum roll please, Justine Kubo. So Justine Kubo, are you in fact on the call right now? If so, if you could type in the chat room, and we will work on getting you that prize. So without further ado, We are going to start the virtual tours. Joyce, are you there? There you are.
I'm here.
Okay, and who is joining you? My
And
apologies.
IIDA is actually going to be presenting.
Fantastic. Okay, so Ality and Joyce, if you want to begin, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So, yeah, that's good enough. All right, so Joyce and I are going to be doing a virtual tour of Revel Architecture and Design. So just to begin with a little bit about the company and our culture. We have this fun little sort of shoe picture tradition that we do in the office. So when you go to our website and look at the team, not only do you get our headshots and get a better idea of who everybody is, but we also do these fun, quirky little shoe shots. Just a nice, fun element to add to the website. A little bit more about the company. I know Scott already touched on this quite a bit, but we're currently at about 52 people. We have 2 offices, one in San Francisco, one in LA, with the addition of a couple people in Denver, Chicago, Austin, and then around the Bay Area. So no strangers to remote work even prior to COVID. We've been around for about 26 years, and this past year we were number 6 on Interior Design Magazine's list of rising giants. We are very proud of our diversity, so approachable by design is one of our core values, and it's really about celebrating just the diversity of our workplace and our different backgrounds and cultures. As you can see, it is partially LGBTQ owned, and we have people from 15 different countries currently represented in our office. And in addition to that, our office is 60% women, which is pretty uncommon, and half of those women are in leadership roles. So again, something Scott touched on is a little bit of the breakdown of our portfolio of work. It is primarily workplace, followed by landlord services, and a little bit of healthcare. Also, with the advent of our LA office, there's been more sort of break-in into streaming, entertainment, doing office spaces, and just sort of other programmatic areas for more sort of entertainment type work. So we recently came out with a new sustainability initiative that sort of builds off of our primary core values. Our initial core values are always the apprentice, which is just about sort of continuous learning, and then we have approachable by design, which is sort of this willingness to collaborate, built to serve, sort of being flexible, the ability to hop on projects, just needs as they come up, and passion for perspectives, which is again about our sort of diversity. So within those 4, we have sort of pink values, which is our sustainability program, and just applying our core values to how we can just be continuously learning about how to make our projects more sustainable, pushing clients to choose more sustainable options, sort of educating ourselves about what best practices are in terms of sustainability. And recently we have been working on more community involved projects. So when all of the plywood was sort of being put up around the city, one of our principals had the idea of repurposing it, and someone in the office came up with this design that we are working on getting built for, I believe, the summer of next year, so 2022. And it'll be a memorial for those who have lost their lives to police brutality. What we're showing right now is an older iteration. Currently, we're going to be working with a couple different artists that are going to do sort of murals on both the front and back side of the piece, and it'll be displayed either in a park or a public museum, but just really trying to put our time where our talk is, essentially, and working with sort of Black Lives Matter and sort of participating in the community. So that's a little bit about the firm to start, and then I'm going to go ahead and talk about some of the projects that we've been doing or have done in the past. So Informatica, this is a client that I know Scott has worked with for many years, and when I was actually an intern at another company, that was sort of my introduction to Informatica, and it's kind of carried over into Rebel a little bit. So this is their headquarters space located in Redwood City. You can see a bunch of statistics, sort of size, construction cost, project scope. So let's just go through here really quickly. So Informatica is a client that, again, has come to Revel several times, and I think it just goes to speak to the like quality of work that is produced, and just being able to consistently show clients and produce, you know, work that they are happy with, just being consistent with your delivery, and really just having to keep winning projects over and over again every single time you complete a design, and that ultimately paying off by continuing relationships. So here's some more images from that. Speaking of Google, as we were earlier, one of our fun projects is Google 1300 Villa, which is located in Mountain View. So again, information about project size, 70,000 square feet. So this project is pretty interesting because it is in an old printing press building, and it is actually the space for some of Google's industrial designers. So kind of taking that idea of like physical fabrication and making, and tying that into their current space, in addition to sort of the Spanish colonial style, very sort of Southern California, and pulling from that aesthetic and color palette, and sort of tying in both the maker's aspect and the site aspect and its history as well. So for this project, there was actually a lot of coordination between structural landscape architects, and as you can see, this is some of what some of the landscaping work that was done, which I think is pretty new for us as a whole. At least I personally haven't worked on anything with a sort of large landscape presence, so this one's pretty exciting. But just working with again, landscape architects, and getting some really nice outdoor spaces designed in collaboration with them. What is both like functional for the client, and also, you know, just really fits into the site. So again, like a lot of outdoor space in coordination with landscape, selecting materials, finishes, even plants that are, you know, native to the local climate. Here are some more interior views. Again, you can kind of see like coordinating with structural to make sure everything is nice and earthquake proof. And this gets a little bit more into our rendering process. So primarily we use a program called Enscape. We do most of our work in Revit, which is where the models are built. And then there's a plugin called Enscape that we use, and there's sort of different layers to how this program works. So you have this, which is essentially like a white box mode without any finishes or materials applied. And then it goes on to sort of a more, I guess, DD level where you can add like outlines and make it almost look like it's coming out of SketchUp. So to get a little bit better idea of the materials for conceptual purposes. And then the final version, which has, you know, lighting and entourage and like very specific materials and textures to really help the client visualize the space that they'll hopefully be getting at the end. This is going to be getting into more of the landlord work that we do. So this is 580 Cal, and this project is more about lobby renovations and sort of amenities for building tenants. And this work is kind of to attract more building tenants with sort of updated lobby design and amenities that they can utilize that they don't have to take up square footage for. So this is in that Philip Johnson building, again at 580, and you can see one of the statues from up top was brought into the library. So sort of bringing the historical, you know, exterior of the lobby of the building into the lobby, sorry, and just sort of, you know, making everything cohesive, tying it in together, creating a welcoming space for building tenants and hopefully a space that will attract future tenants. So in addition to the lobby space, the addition of conference centers or things like bike storage has been increasingly popular. Just creating some more storage facilities, places that tenants will be comfortable leaving their things while they're working for the day. So as Scott mentioned, this has been a large part of our work since COVID hit. So just landlords getting prepared for more upcoming office leases. And then we also do a little bit of healthcare. That's a smaller section of our work, but there is a little bit, I can't remember the name of the code specifically off the top of my head. Joyce?
OSHPD.
OSHPD, there we go.
Yeah, so this is a portion of design that you can go into. It's a very specialized part of our work, and there's a whole set of rules that you need to know and put in your drawings. So this is a pharmacy, Stanford, and I believe was our 5% of our work, but we really enjoy getting into the detailed sort of necessities of patients and the requirements of healthcare.
Awesome, thanks. Yeah, so it is a little bit more technical, not something I personally work on very often, but it is, again, a part of our portfolio. And actually in this picture, this is one of our designers, Ju-Yun. She actually used to be a pharmacist, but went back to school for interior design, and just mentioning that, like, if interiors or architecture isn't necessarily your first choice, or if this is sort of a career change for you, there definitely is opportunity for you to be, you know, successful and, you know, do great work, even if this is a change for you. So lastly, we have an alternative technology client. Again, another client that we have done a lot of work with by just consistently producing work that the client enjoys. And when you do a large amount of work for a single client, it's important to create both a cohesive language across all of the offices, in addition to them being sort of site specific and speaking to the individual cities or even location within the city that they're in. So recently, this is their Austin location. We won a IIDA Northern California mid-sized office design award, and it was recently published in Interior Design magazine. So again, as you can see, it does sort of match images of the other offices that we showed, but bringing in a little bit more sort of Texas Austin flair with burnt wood, leather, things of that nature. And then finally, I just wanted to hit on sort of what we've been doing in terms of COVID planning and going back to work. So this is our office and a little bit of our plan for what it's going to look like when we all sort of come back. So this is our floor plate, and sort of this is sort of like an A rotation, where this is the amount of people that we could safely get into the office within, you know, keeping that sort of 6 foot distance from everyone. How many people can work comfortably, and again, doing surveys about, you know, how satisfied we are with working from home, how likely we are to return to the workplace, sort of the different pros and cons of being remote and coming back to the office. And so in addition to creating plans like that, both for ourselves and for clients, we also have created sort of a signage package with different sort of warnings or suggestions for how to interact with others in the office, and, you know, how many people are allowed to be, you know, in a conference room, for example, at a time. So just coming up with like these sort of packages to better assist with the return to work process. So that is it from me. Do you guys have any questions?
Yes, this is Tony. I'm actually going to read a question out from the from one of the students, and it is, what is the process for conceptualization of design at Revel?
That's a really good question. I feel like it is very heavily driven by what the client wants and what client expectations are. Joyce might be able to speak to this a little bit better than I am, just because she's been with the firm longer. Joyce, do you have anything to add?
Well, I think it depends on the client. If it's something where they want sort of new branding, we will actually have a design charrette within our office and kind of pull on all the designers' sort of backgrounds and experiences and what they think is sort of current and something that will last, design that will last for the client. So yeah, so the meteor portion is what they're required, and then the fun part is sort of conceptualizing and really just having fun with bringing in, I don't know, just interesting concepts that any designer might throw in there.
Yeah, no, that's good to bring up. We've been doing several internal office charrettes for a couple projects recently, so that has been fun to get back into that sort of very intense creative headspace and collaborate with everybody. So.
And Joyce, this might be a question that's better for you to answer, but do you have an internship program?
Yeah, so currently we don't have any interns right now. It's just kind of impossible to lead them and teach them. But when we did, yes, we do. And we have a mentorship program as well. So once we hire an intern, and the last time we had 2 interns, we always have a mentor follow them, and so they can, you know, we can help with their learning, and then the whole office collaborates and helps them along in their journey to kind of switch to professional designers.
And if I can just hop in, I actually started as an intern at Revel. So between school years when I was a graduate student, and then I ended up working remotely while I was finishing up school and got hired on full-time after I graduated. So it's a very like cohesive program that sort of encourages, I think, full-time hires. I know there's a couple people in the office who started as interns and then got hired on full-time. So it's, yeah, very encouraging, very enriching process.
I believe we virtually interviewed you, Elodie.
Yes, yeah, because I was
Yes.
in.
So she was one of the. We've had many virtual sort of interviews and have hired at least 3 or 4 candidates through just seeing them virtually.
Great. There is another question. Do you have an in-house landscape designer?
No, we do not. So that was a consultant that we worked with. We don't do landscape in-house.
Okay. Do you, they also went on to ask, curious who you worked with on Google 1300 Villa.
I
Or
don't
Via.
know off the top of my head.
Okay, no worries. So the question for Ality, how was the internship program?
It was great. I was fortunate enough to do a lot of internships as an undergrad because it was kind of built into the program where I went, but sort of doing it sort of outside of any framework. It was amazing. I got to do all sorts of things and really feel like I was part of the team and got to make sort of design choices in addition to doing like traditional, I guess, intern work, like picking up red lines. But it was great. You're really made to feel like a part of the team, and people want to hear your opinions. And yeah, no, it was just like all around. I feel like I got to do a little bit of everything, which is why I kept pursuing the firm after my internship ended, just because it was like a very welcoming, collaborative environment. And yeah, it was just overall a really great experience. And you got to do a little bit of everything. So
That's great. Another question maybe for, I'm going to go ahead and put my face back over because we'll wrap up after this question. But another question for Joyce. With your intern program, do you know, how many of the interns you've brought on have become full-time employees?
I would say half the amount. It's hard to say because we have had so many, so many. I've been doing this for so many years that it's just kind of a cloud sometimes. But yeah, I believe most all. I mean, probably more than 50% that we hire on. Some we just don't have the capacity to keep them, and I'm really sorry to see them, but they always go on to like great firms and use this as a good sort of.
That's
So
kind
if
of
we're
hanging on
unable
here in
to
the
keep them.
background. I don't know if you can hear me or not. Can you still hear me?
We can still hear you.
Yeah, I think we have 6 of our employees right now are interns. One of them started 10 years ago and is a senior designer now. So, yeah, maybe about 50%.
Fantastic. No, that's a good number. That's a very good number. And then again, even the ones that, as Joyce was just saying, even the ones that haven't stayed at Revel, they're still in the industry, and you see them around because it's a very close-knit industry. Well, Joyce and Ality, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for this presentation. It was fantastic. And with that, we will start our next virtual tour. And for that, we will ask Emily with Boulder Associates to introduce the others from her group. And we'll dive right in. Thank you, Emily.
Yes, I think Dana's going to be sharing her screen, but I have with me Jenny Hastings. She's an interior design principal at our firm, and Dana Merck, who is an interior designer at our firm. And we are excited to show you a little bit more about Boulder Associates.
Good morning, everyone.
Sorry, give me 1 second. I don't know what happened to it.
Fine.
Technology.
Yeah. There we go.
Oh, perfect.
So then, all right,
Okay.
can you see it?
Yeah.
Cool.
I will kick us off. So I'm Jenny Hastings. I'm a principal with Boulder Associates. I have been with Boulder. I just had my 17-year anniversary this week. So I always appreciate talking to students because I'm always a broken record. I share this a lot, but I got my start at Boulder Associates through an IIDA connection that I had as a student. So I always love talking to students and recommending that it's so important to network and get involved in your field as early as you can, because it may lead to a 17-year long career at a firm. So thanks for letting us come in and talk to you a little bit about Boulder Associates. Dana, you can skip to the next one. Maybe.
Technology. Technology. Come on.
I'll keep talking. So Boulder Associates, we are a firm that is 100% healthcare and senior living. So I don't know about you all, but I know that when I was in school, I didn't, healthcare was, kind of discussed a little bit, but it wasn't really a field that I knew much about. And so when I got onto Boulder, it was something that I found very quickly. It was a passion of mine that I didn't know that I had. So it's exciting when you're getting out into your careers to kind of find what field within interior design interests you. So we do 100% healthcare and senior living. We have offices. Our main office, Boulder Associates, is in Boulder, Colorado. We have 4 offices in California, 2 in Northern California, Sacramento and San Francisco, and then 2 LA and Orange County. Then we also have Phoenix, Dallas, and Charlotte. Part of the reason that we have offices across the country is we try to allow people the opportunity to relocate. Like Emily worked with us in Sacramento and then decided to move to the city. So she moved to San Francisco, and we have others that kind of move around the country. So we're trying to have a geographic spread across the United States. So these are just some images of our offices. It was really sad. We moved into a new office in Sacramento about 3 months before the pandemic happened. So one day we will get back to that office. But we have, our offices are open work plans. The one at the top left is the Sacramento office. The middle one on the top row is the San Francisco office. Again, trying to provide environments within our office that promote collaboration, where we, the architects and the interior designers work side by side. A lot of space for pinup, a lot of space for meetings and little private phone booths if you just need to get away from people for a little bit, because we all know what it's like being in an open office environment. So we try to promote as much design dialogue within the office as possible. I think a lot of our healthcare is an interesting field. A lot of the projects, I mean, as with any aspect of design, they go quickly, they change very rapidly. I mean, as we've seen with the pandemic, the healthcare industry has been affected really dramatically, which has been, it's been a challenge and also interesting for us to kind of adapt with our clients as to how they respond to the COVID pandemic. So I think that's something that is interesting to me, and I would hope Emily and Dana would say the same about why, healthcare, even though I've been doing it for 17 years, I still am learning something new all the time. And so I think that that's something that we appreciate. So again, our office is trying to promote as much of that collaboration and working together as possible. We like to have fun. So for our company, I guess, motto, slogan, do good work, enjoy the journey. We like to, do great projects for our clients and then enjoy it while we're doing it. So I think we're all, we like to enjoy, spending time with each other outside of work, in work. Again, a lot of our projects can be stressful. You can spend nights and weekends in the office sometimes, not all the time, but you want to have a great group of folks that you work with to execute those projects. So I think that's, we do like to have a good time together. So one other thing that I was going to touch on that's been a passion project of mine. So within Boulder Associates, we have architects and interior designers, but we also have an entity within the firm called BA Science. BA Science actually originated from an effort that we had with one of our partners who is who deals in lean I don't know if anybody hears of lean in the construction industry. Lean is an idea that originated through Toyota. I won't bore you with the specifics of it, but it's just around thinking in the design process about how you eliminate waste in the design effort, how you provide the best value for your clients. And so we started to bring some of that thinking into our firm. And along with this kind of lean thinking, we also decided to bring in a researcher on staff. So we have a director of research, and she's really interesting. She has a background in neuroscience and architectural environments. And so she just thinks about how your brain responds to spaces when you don't even realize it. She brings us current research trends. We do projects where we're conducting our own research. And so the project that Emily and Dana are going to talk about is one where we tried to bring, this entity is called Examine. So we brought Examine into the project to help provide just more information around the project. And I think evidence-based design has been a part of healthcare for a long time, because obviously the more that we can do to inform our projects in ways other than just relying on past experience of projects or past knowledge that we might have, but what we can use different mechanisms. And Emily and Dana will touch on this some, but whether it's surveying a group of patients, running a focus group with patients and their families, spending time doing observations at an existing facility to see how people move through the space. So we try to not only arm ourselves with expertise from our previous experience as a healthcare firm, but also look at studying the spaces in a more deep level so that we can understand how to best design around them. So the process that Dana and Emily will touch on a little bit too with their project. So the 3P process is a process that's part of our something that our BA Science team delivers. It's actually it's typically, we've done shorter versions of it, but it's a 5-day exercise where you would get together. So like this picture here is of a oncology center that we designed, so a cancer center. We spent 5 days. And so you spend the first couple of days working with the clients. And the cool thing is that you actually work with some of the end users. So the people that are the boots on the ground. So medical assistants, nurses, doctors, patients we brought in for this. You spend some time getting to know what's important to them about their new space, understanding how they work in their current space, looking at a future state that they might want to work at. And then you spend a good chunk of the next 3 days building full-size mock-ups out of cardboard. And so you build mock-ups out of cardboard, and then you run simulations, and then you take them down and you put them back up again. And it's such a cool process because, again, so much of what we do, especially nowadays as designers, is in the computer. We're looking at 3D models. We're trying to, VR is a new, is something we use too, but there's something that's really powerful about being in a space and actually walking through it in full scale to understand, how far things are from one another, understanding adjacencies, understanding relationships between certain spaces, looking at ideal locations for equipment on the wall, or where a computer should be, or where a patient would sit in relation to their doctor. So this process actually allows us the ability to dive a little bit deeper into that. And at the end of 5 days, we come out with a schematic plan that we then take into design development documents. So it actually shortens our schedule. And then I think in the end, we come out with a better product for it. So this is, I will turn it over to Dana to talk about how they use this on their project.
Yeah, so really, like Jenny had said, it was a 5-day event. You can see on the upper left-hand corner were all the team members that showed up. So it's generally really well received by our clients, right? They really want to send as many people as they can to give us as much feedback and help in creating a new amazing, clinic for them. So it's not only team building, internally, but these are the people that you're going to be working, or that we worked with throughout the design process. So it was really great to just spend this time to really figure out what their concerns were for a new clinic, what their goals were. So team members on the upper center and right photos are what Jenny was talking about how you're building with these large pieces of cardboard. It's really fun. It goes really fast. But then you do simulations. And so that upper right corner photo is a physician who was simulating, a patient visit and where he would sit at a computer. And so then on the lower right-hand photo, you see everyone is basically outside after we had, mocked up and built this exam room. Everyone's outside watching the simulation. And so people can, we can give feedback. We can say what we noticed, or if there were things that, hey, maybe the computer needs to be in a different location, right? You can move things really quickly in Cardboard and try it again so that you can get it right the first time. Like Jenny mentioned, it really shortens the time for us to design the clinic layout, but then it really gets buy-in from your users and your clients that really say, okay, we did go through everything, we tried all of these different scenarios and came out with a really great product. So the center photo is the end of the day on Friday. That was the layout and floor plan that we had gotten out of this 3P. So there's a lot of information that you're gathering, right? It goes really fast, but you do get it so much out of these events, and it was really a fun experience. So then once we, got the floor plan from the 3P, we also came back and did an even deeper dive into getting more evidence-based design, getting more, information gathering. And so because this is a really large clinic, this is a 50,000 square foot primary care and specialty clinic. And so on a single floor, so you can see it's very large. We also wanted to figure out, what would it be like for a patient to experience this clinic so that it can help inform our design and, which areas we really need to focus on for design. And so this floor plan, you can see we did, I want to say 6 or 7 different personas where we gave, this example is a mother and 2 children and how she would experience, a floor plan, how she would go through the space, if she would need to use a family restroom, or if she would need to, how far was the pediatric wing from the waiting room for walking distance. And so there was a lot of information that we really gathered before we even started the design process, which really helped inform our designs so that then we could go back to the client and say, out of the 3P and out of this additional information gathering, here are the areas that we want to focus on and why, so that we really had a reason for designing the space instead of just, we want a pretty color at this wall, right? There was a reason for things. And so again, it just got more buy-in from the clients, and it got everybody really excited to keep going on the project. So I'll let Emily talk through most of the pretty pictures.
Thanks. So with all of the research that we gathered that Dana talked about, this really helped us to inform our design on this project. This is a photo of our UC Davis Roseville Clinic. It's a 50,000 square foot medical office building. It was a LEED Silver project, and I'm gonna talk a little bit more about our design process through this facility. So the concept for this facility was neighborhoods. Each specialty in this facility had a different medical assistant work area, and we saw all these different work areas as houses, and together these all made up different neighborhoods. And we wanted each of the MA stations to feel a little different from one another and ultimately serve the specialty that they were working for. From all of the research that we gathered, we knew that wayfinding was going to be one of our big design challenges throughout this facility. So this is a concept board kind of showing different ways we could highlight different features to help patients navigate throughout this space. We could use different textures, different types of lighting, really bold accent paint colors to draw your eyes to certain areas. Also thinking through some cool different graphic designs and architectural elements. So this was kind of our starting point with where we wanted to show our wayfinding throughout the facility. This is an exterior rendering of the facility. Like we talked about before, wayfinding was going to be really important. There was actually 2 different entrances to this facility, and our clinic was on the 2nd floor. So when patients were arriving to the facility, they needed to know exactly where they were going and which entrance to go to. So we added on this brightly colored facade to the entrance that you need to go to. So, it has these bright yellows and oranges and this big signage. So right when you get to this facility, you know right where to go. This is a rendering of our waiting room and reception area. We have this big kind of almost spider web looking ceiling, and this breaks up the waiting room into these two different sections. So one side was for the specialty side of the clinic, and then the other side was for the kind of primary care side of the clinic. And this split up the different waiting areas for patients to sit next to which side they need to go to. So it's easier for staff to call patients back if they were sitting closer to the door that they needed to go through to get to their exam. And then in the middle of this kind of concourse that we created is the reception desk. So it kind of highlights it a little bit, being in the center of everything. This is another rendering of our reception desk. We highlighted different design features throughout this facility with different textures and different patterns. So you can see the reception desk is highlighted by this nice texture on the back, kind of understated, but definitely creates some interest for patients to navigate their way through this space. And sorry, I'm in San Francisco, so if you hear any sirens or anything, we got some real city living over here. So I apologize about that. But here is another rendering of our waiting room area. We created these two different planters that sit right in front of the reception desk. So it's a nice like kind of queuing way to the reception desk. So people, aren't kind of standing and cluttered in front of different areas. There's a nice easy line that leads you to the reception desk. And then you can see this bright green accent pink color. This was a way to highlight either the primary care area, and then the specialty care, I believe, was a gray color. So another kind of signal for wayfinding throughout the facility. So this is one of the corridors through one of the main patient concourses. As you can see, it's a really long corridor. So we knew right away that we needed to break it up in some way. So we created this linear cove light fixture that kind of cuts down throughout the hallway and breaks it up a little bit. Another way we did that was, you can see the planter to the right. On those walls, they kind of curve in a little bit every so often. And this breaks up the corridor a little bit as well. And that sleek cove light fixture also kind of highlights the curve on that wall as well. And then over our MA stations to the left, we have these really interesting light fixtures that have an acoustical backing on them to help with the noise and acoustics in that area. So now this is a photograph of this area as well. The picture before was if you're walking down the concourse, you're headed to, thank you, Dana, headed to your exam room. And then the picture after is when you're coming back out of your exam room and you're trying to get back to the waiting room. So an easy way to kind of navigate this was at the end of those curved walls, we put these panels on the end of them. So they're bright and they have signage on them, and this helps lead you back out to the waiting room. So you're able to, get back out to your car after the end of your appointment. And this is kind of a side-by-side of one of our renderings and a picture of the facility. As you can see, the construction administration process went pretty well. Things turned out just as we hoped. And again, these are our panels that highlight your path of travel back out to the waiting room at the end of your visit. And that is Boulder Associates for you. We're so excited to share this with you. I know when I joined IIDA, I went to one of these conferences as a student as well, and this is how I learned about healthcare design, and now I'm doing it. So we were excited to share this with you.
That's great. Thank you, Emily, Dana, and Jenny. We do have some questions from the students. This first one is probably for Dana. And the question is, at what point in the design process does your company do a 3P event?
Sure. So the 3P is very early on in the design process, right? Like I said, the 3P happens before we even have a set kind of floor plan for a space. We basically have a shell a clinic or of a building that a client wants to put a clinic or a surgery center or something into. We have a shell, and then the idea is that after the 3P, we would have our space plan done. And so, yeah, it is basically kind of the first thing. I think we have some meetings prior to that with the clients to understand really what their goals are for the clinic. But yeah, we basically do it right at the beginning to help inform our design process, because we want to know as much information from the users and the clients, you know, who are going to be living in this space, how they want to work, right? For so long, we just kind of told them, okay, here you're going to want an exam room this way, you're going to want a nurse station at this location, right? Without actually seeing how they work in a space. And each client is different, each user is different. And so it really helps us to, at the beginning, really customize these clinics that are going to work the best for the processes for each client.
Okay, great. Do you do that for every project?
No, it's a conversation with clients at the beginning to see if that is something that they want, right? Some clients already have kind of a set layout in place, and they think that, you know, no, they're good. They already have their design or their layouts for clinics set. Others are more open to seeing if there is any waste and if they can make anything more efficient in their clinics. And so it really is just a conversation at the beginning to explain. Typically that's where, you know, Jenny and her examine team come in, you know, and have a conversation with the client to see if they would even be open to it.
Okay. Another question, this might be for Jenny. If you hire someone for a junior position, what are you looking at in the portfolio? So I guess another way to phrase that is what grabs your attention in a student's portfolio?
Sure. A couple of the things that I like to see are, you know, we get a lot of portfolios now that have beautiful renderings, you know, beautiful 3D visualizations, which is great. You know, I in my time at school, we were hand doing all of that stuff, so I'm always very impressed with that. But I do love seeing more diversity in people's portfolio. Like, I love hand sketches that people will show. I love if people show photography or other types of creative things that they're interested in. I feel like seeing some of that gives a sense of maybe how somebody just creatively likes to express themselves, which again, I feel like, you know, no research on this, but I feel like it relates to how they then would, you know, participate in the design process. So I think, again, I feel like this sounds kind of old school, but hand sketching is kind of a lost art in our field a little bit. And so the idea for somebody, because oftentimes you're in a client meeting and they're like, oh, I don't love what you put together. And then you just want to like whip out a roll of trace paper and sketch something really quickly and work through it with them. And so I feel like the ability for somebody to translate ideas in that way is important. So that's always a highlight for me whenever I see it. But again, I mean, we're seeing some really beautiful work. I think too, the more comprehensive people put together stuff in their portfolios, like full projects, like from start to finish. Because sometimes I feel like we don't always see the way a student works through a project from beginning to end. And I think as somebody who's hiring somebody, I want to know that they have, even though, you know, you're going through it in a school project, but at least you have the ability to understand from start to finish how that process will work. So I also love when you see the full spectrum of a particular project.
I'm going to piggyback on that and say, yeah, hand sketching or showing the process of how you got to the final, you know, rendering is really great to see, because honestly, you know, the design process is really, it's not as easy as, okay, I need a design and then here you're done with a full rendering, right? There's a whole process that goes along with it. And when we are shredding in the office with the different team members, we might be hand sketching. You can't always be at a computer every time. Hand sketching or, you know, doing something really quick is sometimes a lot easier than getting into the computer and moving things around in Revit or Enscape or anything. So yeah, just being able to see that there's, you know, some ability or the process before you got to the rendering, that's really helpful to see, because that's how it is in real life.
Well, fantastic. And I've often credited my sketching abilities to the fact that I became a sales rep. So, so Emily, Dana, Jenny, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. And again, thank you to everybody at Boulder Associates. With that, we will start our third virtual tour with our friends at Gensler. And with that, I would like to introduce Kelly Dubasar and Ben Vila. Hi, Kelly.
Hello, how are you?
Very good, very good. Thanks for being with us this morning.
Of
Hi,
course.
Ben.
Hi, how are you?
I will let you take it from here.
All right, I'm gonna share a deck. Can everybody see?
I can see it.
Yes,
Okay.
we can see it.
Cool. I'm actually gonna let Ben kick us off and talk a little bit about Gensler and our office in San Francisco.
Yeah, so hi everyone, I'm Ben. I've been at Gensler for about 5.5 years. Started as an intern, which is, a lot of people at Gensler is a really great testament to how long and how we can build a career there. So what we're seeing here is our Gensler San Francisco office. It's downtown on the corner of, shoot, it's been so long, it's Fremont and Market, for those of you who know downtown San Francisco. So, we have quite a bit of work, breadth of work that we do. So 29 practice area, 50 locations worldwide. I think last I checked, we were, thousands of employees. You can see a couple of our projects here, everything from chocolate factories to restaurants to, T1 and T2 at the international airport. There's Beta Brand, which is in Hayes Valley, it's retail. And then kind of our newest practice area, sciences and residential. The only thing Art kind of says is we don't do prisons. So everything but prisons is what you can kind of expect to work on at Gensler.
Yeah, and just to backtrack a tiny bit. So as Ben said, we're a pretty big company. Globally, we have around 6,000 employees and Ben said 50 offices. But what makes us really unique is that each office, has its own personality. And we like to think of ourselves as, kind of hyper local, but the ability to network across essentially the globe, has brought us, a ton of success. And as Ben said, we dabble in essentially every architectural realm that you could think of. So here's just a list of all of the different things we do in terms of workplace, strategy and planning. Ben and I are both a part of the workplace teams. And so we'll share some of our current projects with you a little bit later that both he and I are heavily involved in. Obviously, we started as an interior design company and have, transitioned since then. We have architecture design, so ground up buildings, brand design, so everything from, a wine label to, parking signage and airport signage and that visual communication. We've also, Ben mentioned, we have some newer practice areas with our life sciences, but we've also started a digital design experience group as well, headquartered both in New York and San Francisco as kind of like the two sides of the US. And that's really about creating, kind of visual digital content. We're, creating apps, we're doing, kind of user strategy. And as we start to think about, the future of workplace, that integration of technology is really critical moving forward. And then also sustainability. We're one of the leading design firms in resilience and sustainable design. It's a huge part of our core and how we approach, all of our projects, from, baby tiny things to, kind of mega developments. Ben, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I think that's a great way of explaining it. One thing I didn't know about Gensler when I started is that product design, we do that too, So a lot of, whether it's through projects or independently of projects, that's another fun kind of practice area that exists that I had no idea. So.
Another thing that I think is really critical to our success, and I think both Ben and I are pretty passionate about, is our research group. So we actually have a dedicated group that's spread across the world that all they do is research. And, we're looking at everything from workplace to aviation, to how urban development is happening and how all of those things are changing, and how can we get ahead of the curve and really design for the future. We firmly believe that design is rooted in data, and that decisions that are made around that are more successful moving forward. And so that's a huge part of, kind of our inner core as well.
Yeah, I think to add to that, it's exciting that every year, there's always a call for research proposals, and there's like a pool of money set aside for anyone across the firm, whether you've been there a year or, 20 years. We want to hear ideas. We want to, make those ideas come true. So it's kind of nice to know that if you want to explore something, there's a section of the firm that allows you to do that. It's really exciting.
And this is just a quick snapshot. For those of you that are in the Bay Area, all of these projects are actually in San Francisco. So when you fly into SFO, we worked on Terminal 2, Terminal 3, and now the latest, the Harvey Milk Terminal, that's just open. Hopefully we'll all be able to fly more relatively soon. We also look at a lot of adaptive reuse. So you'll see Dandelion Chocolate, they're kind of in the middle. It's an old building down in, kind of Soma Mission area that we turned into, actually it's a chocolate making factory along with a tasting room, which is really lovely if you ever have the time to go there. And then a building that's currently under construction right in the heart of Union Square is another adaptive reuse where we took the old men's Macy's store and turned it into, half retail, half office space. So really reimagining, San Francisco. Chase Center, which is an arena that opened up not too long ago, the, kind of current home of the Warriors. If you ever have a chance to go to a concert there someday in the future, again, it's quite an amazing, kind of user experience and journey. So again, these are a lot of our large scale projects that we're known for, but we thought we'd talk about a couple other, bit more local pieces that have evolved recently in terms of workplace. So Ben, do you want to talk about this or do you want me to?
Sure, I can start us off and
cool.
You can do it. So this is 181 Fremont. It's one of the newest buildings in the downtown SF skyline. And it is currently occupied by Instagram and Facebook. So the kind of planning methodology, which we love to talk about, is the kind of Oreo cookie. The way it is, you have 2 cookie floors and a cream floor. So the cookie floors kind of represent the more robust work floors, the open office, the conference rooms, while the amenity floor kind of centers around amenities, so breakout spaces, micro kitchens, all hand spaces, impromptu meetings. And it's really about, separating the uses and getting a great use out of both areas. And I think it's an interesting way of looking at just how you begin to stack these tall buildings while making them feel, like smaller projects are unique to their own.
Mm-hmm. And I think,
Kelly.
Well, yeah, I was just going to say, I think, it's obviously a humorous, anecdote, but it's actually like super valid. And I think, for us, it also speaks to just how, Ben and I and the rest of our team like to work. It's really important that we're finding, kind of humor in what we do. And so this is just kind of an example of that. This is just a quick snapshot of how that physically looks. If you've ever seen this tower, the floor plates are actually really, really small. And so the ability to strategize about how you move people up and down a 38-story building is a really interesting discussion with a client, and how you stack amenities, how you stack people, and kind of what does that mean for a vertical campus when people are coming from potentially a much more kind of horizontal campus down in like Silicon Valley, as an example. So this is another project that Ben's going to jump into. And so this is like hot off the presses. We're literally right in the middle of this right now with LinkedIn.
This is a fun project. It's known as the LinkedIn Simulator. So, when the pandemic hit, a lot of people were just like, pause, put our products on hold. Let's kind of see where we are, reevaluate. And LinkedIn was one of our more unique clients because they really took this time as a way to kind of navigate through things they wanted to do. Not only they had to evolve with the pandemic, but what they really wanted their future of work to look like. And so what the simulator does is it's a way of working through various planning and neighborhood and spatial ideas with open office neighborhoods and seating types, and using it as a way to stress test that with their employees, with the user groups, with the different facilities people. And no one wants to sit, especially in these days, on a Zoom presentation or a Miro board. So we made it into a board game, interactive board game that you kind of play along. you run into different scenarios, different kind of what happens if someone takes your seat. How do you interact with that? Like it's going to that minute level and telling a story with the client that really gets them engaged and gets them talking about, you know, the real things that bother them, and the real things that help them work.
Well, and this is something we're really passionate about, and it's really helping. It's, you know, our goal is to help shape our clients' futures, and so this is when, you know, a lot of times I think design school doesn't really prepare you for designing a board game that really speaks to the future of a company's behaviors and policies and protocols, and where you start to really become a trusted advisor in the operations of, you know, their real estate across the world. And so I think this is, you know, the pandemic has really put a lot of our design firms in a really unique position where we're digging deeper than just space and materiality, which is actually a lot of fun. But speaking of materiality.
So another project that we had going on with LinkedIn, you know, while all this hit was a 10-floor, 2-building project in Omaha, Nebraska, where Kelly is from. So this one's kind of near and dear to her heart. It's really, you know, taking the Bay Area mentality, the tech mentality, and seeing how you put that into a space that, you know, it's new to them, and without taking it out of, you know, what Nebraska is. They kind of joke that they're calling themselves the Silicon Prairie now, because a lot of tech companies are seeing the value in, you know, this untapped workforce in the Midwest, places like Nebraska that have all these, you know, great people to work for and work with. And so here you can see the various palettes throughout the floor, kind of staying true to the Midwest roots of kind of layered simplicity and, you know, earth materials, strong materials that look what they are. So it's taking kind of stories from their heritage and the railroads and stuff like that. So anything to add to that, Kelly?
Yeah, you know, we're just, go ahead, Ben.
That's it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think what we're just trying to do here is really show you the various levels of the work that we do and our, you know, kind of internal process. Twitch New York is a project that I've been working on over this last year. It was actually, I think now officially it's been a year. So way back in probably January of last year, I was in New York touring the space. This again was a little bit of an adaptive reuse. So this is a space that was essentially designed and built during the pandemic. So you can see an example of some of our rendering styles on the left. And then on the right is actually the a quick construction photo of this stair and this artist rope installation that has been installed recently. So again, figuring out how to work across the country and across the world. Quite frankly, with Ben and I, we're working on projects in Bangalore and other places, but really leveraging technology and rethinking our own internal process. And now we work remotely, but still build effective and beautiful spaces for our clients. This is a quick project that also was designed and built during the pandemic. So this is actually an office for a local developer. So where Ben and I primarily specialize in technology clients, every once in a while we get the opportunity to dabble in other areas. And so this is a 2-story space right in downtown San Francisco. And so you're just seeing snapshots from, you know, Instagram, super lo-fi construction sites, construction photos, and really just the opportunity to really transition between, you know, kind of the technology world, which the Bay Area is really known for, but then be able to transition into some more interesting and refined spaces that feel a little bit more elevated. So we really get to flex our design chops in a lot of different ways, which I think is, for me personally, I've been at Gensler for almost 14 years. It's the continued new challenges of new clients that continue to really drive me and my personal work. And I think that's it. Went through that fast. I don't know, Ben, if you have anything to add about your work at the firm.
No, I think seeing people interact with spaces, I mean, not so much anymore, but, you know, we've, I think, worked through even just 2 Instagram campuses, and, you know, being there is one, designing it in a certain way to see how it will be experienced, but then having people, you know, work out of it and then, you know, share it on their social media and seeing how they use the space has been really fun and exciting, just all across all the projects. And it's always one of my favorite things to do to kind of creep on Instagram, like at geotags of pictures taken at my projects to see what people are actually Instagramming or liking and what they're kind of not liking. So that's something that I think is pretty fun to do as well.
Well, with that, I can open it up to some of the questions that have come through from the students. The first one, and this might be a little bit of a backtrack, but what is the main focus for you when doing adaptive reuse projects, especially in historic districts or buildings? And the follow-up to that is, in what way do you highlight that heritage while updating the building into a modern environment?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a super interesting question. We've we've been a part of a lot of adaptive reuse, and there's a couple things that you have to look at there. One is the drivers of the client. We have projects like Dandelion where keeping the history of the building was really critical to their vision of success for the project. Similarly, a project that we've worked on with Gusto down at Pier 70, again, was in a building that was a former shipyard, and we turned into a workplace, essentially. So those two are projects where, keeping the history of the building and its envelope and really respecting that was critically important. So in those cases, it's like, first, do no harm. How do you create architecture within the space that, that brings new life into these historic buildings, but then also doesn't necessarily fight with it? How can the old and the new complement each other? If you take a different project, the old men's, kind of Macy's store, that project, while an older building, quite frankly, was not necessarily an interesting historical icon. And so completely reimagining that building, I think we added 2 floors at the top. And I think in the middle of the building, there were actually no windows because it was a department store. And back in the day, they didn't want you to see outside. They just wanted to trap you in this box so you would shop endlessly. So that was about completely rethinking the building in its entirety, but also being really respectful of the buildings around it and the kind of historical quality that Union Square has with the buildings that are there. So it's like a two-sided answer. It really does depend on the actual building in and of itself, and then, the drivers of your client as well.
Fantastic, thank you. Another question is, and maybe this is for Ben, but what challenges do you experience working on remote projects like that one in Nebraska you were just describing?
You always want to be on site. I think that's kind of the main challenge right now. I would say, out of the 5.5 years I've worked at Gensler, I think maybe 2 of my projects have been in the Bay Area. Like Kelly said, we're really a global firm, but that's kind of the magic of Gensler is there's probably a Gensler office in the city there. So working with that local team and having them be able to go on site and take pictures for you or manage the site. Like we happen to have someone who works remotely for Gensler that lives in Omaha that just happened to work out. So while I can't go to the site because I can't fly right now, he's able to be on site there and manage that. It really is kind of seamless. There are things like Matterport, which I know is a big thing now, that they'll give you 3D scans of the building, every couple of weeks. So you can, click your way through and look at everything from, the light switches to how they're laying out, the carpet, just to, as an example. I don't know. I think it's really opened my eyes as to how easy it is to work remotely in a sense like that. So.
That's promising to hear. I mean, because it doesn't. I don't see signs of us getting back into the office anytime soon. But so it sounds like. I mean, there is another question that addresses it, but or that asks this question. But it sounds like you work pretty closely, or one Gensler office will work pretty closely with another Gensler office. Specifically, the question is there much collaboration between different Gensler offices? And it sounds like there is.
Oh, there totally is. And, it always comes down to, the client relationship and where that's held and the team. But, we really pride ourselves on collaborating with our partners across the world. We can't do what we do without them. And that extends to not only Gensler colleagues, but also our partners in construction. When we're working with a specific contractor, our partners in furniture, And also, our partners that are a part of the real estate, kind of PM services, it really does become a community that all needs to rely on each other in order to be successful. One group cannot do it alone. And so, yeah, as Ben said, being able to, to rely on each other for all of that is super critical.
Fantastic. That's good to hear. Well, one of the questions, and there's actually been several versions of this getting asked, is of course, what are you looking for from a recently graduated designer or a junior designer in your hiring? Do you do internships? How do you become an intern, et cetera, et cetera? So anything along those lines, you can shed some light on that for our eager students.
Yeah,
I think as a former intern, I'll speak to that part. It was a really rewarding experience. They do kind of like intern classes every summer. I think it's on pause now with the pandemic, but I actually interned at Gensler LA and before I moved to SF, and had an intern class of about, I want to say, almost 40 people. And while we didn't all stay together there, they all work in different Gensler offices. So kind of to backtrack to that question, I know people, Gensler New York, Gensler London, Gensler SF, Gensler Austin, because of that one intern class. So I think that, it's part of the magic of Gensler is that I'm amazed at kind of the work that's coming out of students, even just, in the last year. It's way better than my work when I was a student. So I think that it's less about, we're all talented. It's more about what you can bring, personality wise or creativity wise, that puts you just above that extra. Because I think if we're interviewing you, we're looking at your portfolio, you're obviously very good at what you do. So how you can add to that, in my opinion, is how you stand out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we're also looking for, signs that people are really curious and iterative. I think, one of the things that we really try to do is there's not one solution, right, for any one project. And so people that are really showcasing all of the different ways they're approaching problems is really interesting. And that's kind of a characteristic that we're really looking for. As Ben said, the quality of the work that's coming out of the schools, has really been amazing. But in a lot of ways, some people are just really great at putting a beautiful visual presentation together. But when you really dig deep, is it thoughtful? Is it really answering or solving the problem? And so we're really looking for people that are really thinking creatively through that process and are really pushing themselves, getting out of their comfort zone, dabbling in different ways to present and share their work and really showcase their process.
I think if you tie it back to that, even that 181 Fremont example, that Oreo cookie, it's how can you compellingly tell a story to a client? Because I think that's a real skill that a lot of people, learn as they grow their career. But I think storytelling is a huge part of that.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Kelly and Ben, for this great presentation. It's always good to hear from Gensler, since you are such a large firm. You get a much higher level view than perhaps some of us that are a little further down the food chain or not as in touch with what's happening globally. So it's just fantastic to see this. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Of course.
Mhm.
Thank you. Yeah.
And with that, I will start our next virtual tour. This is with Studio O+A with Kayla Goldberg and Primo Orpia. And there's Kayla and there is Primo. Good to see both of you. I'll let you take it over from here.
Great, thanks, Tony. Hey, Kayla, do you want to talk a little bit about the practice, and then I'll jump into Slack? But I want you to mention one thing, that we are looking for an intern or interns with sustainability focus. Just want to let you guys all know we are actively looking for interns. So let us know.
Great.
Okay, well, Primo, I hope you just know you said that to 70 some odd students, so you're going to be getting resumes. So.
We're definitely, yep. And this was planned, so we do know we're looking forward. So, but I said sustainability kind of focus. If that's kind of your thing, we're looking for that. Thanks, Tony.
Awesome. Well, my name is Kayla, and I am a project designer at Studio O+A. I've been with the firm for almost 3 years now. I think that Studio O+A is a really unique place to work, and the fact that we're an interior design firm, but we also integrate graphics and branding into our practice, I think is really unique and something that kind of might differentiate us from other people out there. The process is, very similar. We all kind of go through the same phases of design, but I would say that for our firm, the process of concepting is really strong and really unique. And we take a lot more time to go through that beginning phase of the design process. And I think you'll see that pretty clearly as Primo walks you through the Slack project. But being able to integrate with our branding team and create a really strong narrative allows us to make strong design decisions, and in the end results in a really great project. So something unique about O+A. Yeah.
That's perfect. Yeah. Kayla is a rock star at our office. She has come from another firm. She had hospitality. I'm interested in, since you have that perspective, so what is it about our concepting and narrative? Because I think it's good for the audience to hear, because we do spend a lot of time on it.
Yeah.
What was different from your firm before, and maybe it's the time? I'm not sure. What could you say kind of differentiates it from the other firms?
I think that as you kind of start through school and you start to develop a project, you build these concepts, and usually they're pretty open-ended, I would say. So even if you do have a strong story, it's a little bit more broad, where I think we kind of create these narratives that are so strong and so drilled down, and that just happens through all of the charrette processes we go through. We really spend time as interior designers and graphic designers and client and figure out who they truly are and what story we can tell that's unique to them, so that when you're in their space, you couldn't be in any other office, right? Like, where you are, the importance that the narrative plays to them and their ethos as a company. So I think that's great. The fact that our brand designers, and we also have a writer on staff, they can help us build that narrative and really drill down to the root of who these people are and what they do, versus, I don't know, some of the other projects that I've worked on in the past at other firms. Not that the concept hasn't been strong, it's a different approach, and a little bit less collaborative maybe.
That's perfect setup for me, Kayla. Thank you so much.
No problem.
All right. So thanks, Kayla. I'm going to jump to my screen, and we're just going to jump on that thread because I think it is very important. Ethos, who they are about. And I think when we design, it is very easy to fall into what we think the company is about or what they want to say. And what's really more important, what they need to say. So this, I don't know, many of you probably know who Slack is. We worked on their headquarters, and I think it's true. You can solve a design problem in many different ways. We choose to try to learn who the company is about, and not just what their I think their website says about them, what you've read about them, but the true kind of ethos is a real important word that Kayla mentioned, because it is sort of their cultural touchstones, things that they're about that may not be all too apparent from what you see on the website or see about their application, that you can actually feel in a space. And as designers, you're creating those experiences. In fact, your job is to understand what those experiences are about and how to bring them about in an interior in a way that they're meaningful and compelling for the people that use it. So I'm going to jump quickly into how we did this study and what our findings were for the SLAC facility. It all stemmed from this idea that Stuart Butterworth was actually not all too clear. He's the CEO. And a lot of everything sort of is derived from his mind. He's the entrepreneur. He's developed this company. He's done several companies. In fact, he had done Shutterfly before he'd done this. So he kind of knows that it's important for people to have a guide or a North Star or something to adhere to when they come to a facility and then when they come to a company. So we did a deep research into kind of what is Stuart, how does he manage? What is his important, what's important to him? And we found out he actually grew up on a commune. He actually had very, very liberal hippie kind of parents who taught him about nature and kind of respecting nature. So for him, it was actually hiking and being out in the woods and learning from that trail, from the etiquette on the trail, that you have a certain way you treat people and exploration and curiosity. So the idea was that we felt like the trail was sort of a metaphor for the way he likes to manage. And this is not the first time. There's probably several approaches before we kind of figured out, let's kind of adhere to the trail. So what we did, it's like a multi-story building in downtown San Francisco. And how do you apply that? So here's a couple of design priorities. We felt, culture, health, function, and some attributes and areas of focus that we want to make sure that is kind of felt in. So this is sort of a visioning piece for us to understand what we want to think about. This is the actual building. And what you're seeing is it's a multi-phase project. It was 3 phases to get them into this building. So it can be very complex, and you need to sort of like not you as you bring the floors on. We had a strategy of how they'd open up and how they'd appear in the story, because we were going to do it in basically 3 different openings. Here's some of our visuals, what trails are about. We actually decided to ground our project in the Pacific Crest Trail, which, if you're not familiar, it starts down in Southern California and it goes all the way through the Sierras, all the way through Oregon, Walnut Pass, all the way up to Washington, and it ends in Canada. And this is a trail that has several different ecotones, many different environments, whether it's desert, snow, under canopy of redwoods. It's very, very, it changes. And so therefore the environments change. And we use that as sort of the design compass. We started in the desert on the lower floors, and we kind of started ascending up through the building till we met to the very, very top. So here's some information that we use: trailheads, signage, things you might run across when you're in a trail. Fit and feel, this is just really to kind of express the materiality, things that we want to be important: raw edged wood, natural materials, exposed if we can, whatever the wall is, try not to do too much, so we can kind of play with the space and start using those features to retell the story of the trail. We actually thought of different postures in way that you would ascend through the trail from the very bottom. So we actually created this little map, and you can see this little diagram of a person. These are several, whether you're in the lower plains ascending to the rocky desert, we felt like, shelter, sides of walls, waterfall, vertical angled ascents, areas of respite. So we were sitting and observing. These became sort of indicators of postures we wanted to achieve in those areas, and that you might happen to be doing while on the trail. So there's a correlation there. So the storytelling is kind of layered, right? It's with the postures where you're going to be. It is also taking the straightest route may not be the best way to learn. So maybe these are serendipitous routes. So you're seeing the trail sort of zigzag back and forth as if you were on a trail. So the first floor is the desert plain. You're getting a little bit of like maybe the palette on the lower and some imagery, sort of inspirational, and a posture. Here's a layout. This is ground floor lobby. It's reception. There's some practicality here. There's receiving by a receptionist. There's check-in with an iPad, and there's going through the speed gates and getting to the elevators. But what should that experience look like? Well, it should be base camp. So we've got tents, we've got trees. So we're mimicking in a very abstracted way what that might be, and you might not even get it. And is it important that you get it? Maybe not, but the experience is still rich enough where you're compelled to go there, and it's a little bit more interesting. So here you see Danny, who is the senior designer, lead on it. This was one of the tent structures. It's very comfy. There's a USB port, so it's actually very usable, but it is sort of mimicking a tent structure. And there's a bunch of tents with a bunch of trees. The next level is the rocky desert. So we're on the next floor above, and it's kind of getting dense. We've got a couple of things here. We've got a Genius bar to get your computers fixed. Got a main micro kitchen, or MK, which normally we put them in odd areas so we can kind of move people to different parts of the building so it doesn't just end up in the same location. And then you have some seating and some inboard seating for video conferencing and for more private, and then we have open plan. Palette obviously mimics desert materials, very light brown, raw cinder block. So things that you might see on a desert landscape. This is our Genius bar. The idea here is that maybe it's a bluff, or it's the sky is a gray sky. So you've got this ocular piece, almost like a James Turrell optics, which is actually just a backlit light panel. And then you've got this desert floor and these bluffs that sort of kind of come up out of the ground. This is actually the corner where the CEO likes to sit the most. It's actually not even enclosed, but we had a lighting system that was tied to your circadian rhythm. So it would kind of, during the day, this would go from dark to light and back to dark in time with actual kind of the sun. Materiality, using actually vernacular pieces that you might find. So these breeze blocks are very much like what you might see in a desert house or pueblo or something that mimics that. So bringing in some of the language there. Almost the same thing here. So it's light woods, tiles, rough edge woods, desert plantings, almost like drought tolerant landscape. And then under the moonlit sky, there was a corner of it that actually we kind of we get this great lighting fixture, and it's supposed to, like, if you lay down on your back, you look up at the stars. Although this was always on, but it had this very dark, and that's sort of the Milky Way abstracted on the wall. This is another great thing what you can do with brand is you can translate really cool imagery and make it a wallpaper. High desert, so next level. A little bit of the plan on the left. Other things that we do is just kind of make sure we have the right ratios of rooms to head count. So we're kind of studying that along the way. So we're not just designing pretty spaces, we're actually working on a strategy for the customer to kind of have a very useful space. Finished palette. Some inspirational images. And we had these shelters. This was actually not done by the time we did the photography, but you can kind of see some of the detailing. So these sling back chairs, you're almost like mimicking maybe a porch or living space in a scenario, and then the light colors. Mountains, color palette, little layout diagram, more detailed of what those materials might look like. And then you see it's the color changed dramatically, right? You kind of see you're going into another area on the trail. Craggly rocks, caves, inset areas. Again, it's sort of layered into the background of this story. It doesn't need to be completely told to the person, but they can kind of sense something's different on the floor. Different location for the micro kitchen. Mountain lakes. So this is kind of, you know, you're heading up a trail and you happen upon an area where there's a lot of water, aquifer. The colors start changing a little bit to that color palette. Things you might run along on a trail would be like a structure, a bridge. So you're seeing these A-frame, you're seeing the connections, you're seeing things. We're talking about what that might be through the architecture, through these little follies. This is actually another conference room. You're seeing another structure. So it might be another overhang shed along the trail. This is actually the library. People work quietly in this area. This is a big open all hands eating and lecture space. You don't see it, but see these plants to the left, they actually have all grown in. So they kind of went up on this armature and it's filling in. So it feels more like a grove, feels more like the understory of a forest. We have our own barista coffee areas. Waterfalls and streams. This is, I'm sorry, I kind of jumped ahead. This is the one where we have more of the blue and more aquifer and a feeling of being close to water. This is like mimicking what would be like the dappled light shooting through the water and on the sort of river floor, what that might look like. This is a very abstracted sort of pool of water sort of cascading down. Kind of see the blue on the seat pads, and there's a much more blue film now on, so we've really upped that feeling in that area. The other micro kitchen, completely different palette. There should be some variety. So clone stamping a design doesn't really kind of help with the use model, making it feel like deliberate and designed does. So this feels different, and it should. It's on a different floor. Workstations, you got to have them, and they're nicely placed, but you can have a choice to work inboard into one of these cave-like structures under a moonlit sky. The forest, this really takes on a lot of language of forest floor, redwood forest. The colors get red, more brown, darker materiality. Again, starts to skew towards that forest feel, like green ferns. So this is actually a wallpaper that is designed specifically for this area by our brand team. So it feels like moss, a very, very grounded kind of materiality that you'd find on a forest floor. Birch tree branches sort of outlying conference rooms. You can see the workstations adjacent. So this is kind of the opportunity to kind of go inboard to a meeting. under like a tree canopy. So the dappled lights on the right, and then sort of this moss cave to the left. Some vegetation on the wall, brown redwood. Tambour. These are actually sort of an abstraction of a tree trunk and fairy rings. So fairy rings are where the tree will spit out seeds and create these rings around it, but this is sort of a mimicked look of a tree trunk abstracted. So as you go through the forest floor, you kind of might see 6-foot tree trunks. Volcanoes and craters, next sort of ecotone that you run into as you're heading up the Pacific Crest Trail. It's a palette that matches that. A little bit grayer, a little bit colder materials. This is yet another kind of casual barista bar area. You can see a little kind of edge cut. Ran some of the wood up the wall and then abstracted it with some tile. So these are very kind of playful interpretations of those details. Light piercing, stone, outdoor little follies. We were able to do like a really nice succulent garden for them to walk, and the path kind of continues out there. You do have opportunities in San Francisco. You can have some great outdoor gardens. So we're kind of getting to the top. This is, I think, 1 or 2 floors from the top, the glaciers. So actually you're ascending a mountain. You're gonna see the temperature start to cool. So the light actually cools. So when you get off the elevator, it starts getting very bluish, very gray. This is sort of an abstraction of Aurora Borealis. So we kind of like played out northern lights. You'll see it in a couple of different places, but it gets cooler. I think this is pretty cool. This is actually 3M product that you put its diachroic film. You can kind of backlight it. It's very rainbowy, kind of really kind of wild walking through this corridor. Seeing more polygon shapes as if you're on the side of a hill. So these craggles, these fissures, like an inset little nesting sitting area. Again, this is an abstracted mountain. See the blue floor. So we're at the summit. So we're at kind of the very top. What does that ascent look like? What are the, what's the feeling? It does, again, it gets even colder in the talent starts getting almost icy cold. So this is the glazing that's in the main lobby. You can kind of see the edge of the reception station almost looks like a sort of a polished piece of stone. And then you can kind of see the sort of this fog layer, snow layer behind in the window. Colors are a little different, blue, seeing these little tiny openings, these reliefs that have these lit walls kind of running over this river, over this rock detail. These are little tents, little shelters. So like maybe there's a base camp, maybe there's another camp set up lower at the top level. And actually this really cool detail is sort of this mountain. I don't know if you can see, but the railing has this sort of portal that you kind of walk through, and the portal's kind of moving. It's a sort of, again, ascent. Maybe this is a little bit of a visual of what the ascent might look like played through the architecture. Kind of edge stones, little shelters, tents, and a barista. This is at the very kind of tip top. They had a mezzanine, so we actually like took pictures. This is kind of from Everest and sort of superimposed them on the wall in the sitting area. So people actually will go work in these areas. It's almost every area, every floor has like little places that you can go nest. And so I'm going to share a little video so you get a sense of the process and the story. You can see at each elevator, the color changes.
People always ask me and explain design, especially as it applies to interiors. We're trying to create experiences, memorable experiences. Slack happens to be one of those clients that understands the importance of design and how you can really convey meaning and ideas through it. How do we want to work with our colleagues? How do we want to work with our fellow designers or programmers or developers? Well, we want to bring them along. The trail is all about discovery. The way that you go through a trail is that you are willing to kind of put yourself out there and make a choice between going left or right. No map was going to ever get you through this. You're going to have to go and discover it yourself. We're on a journey. The trail becomes a very real design tool for us. From desert to the high plains and underneath the canopy, you can have this movement through the space. If you meet somebody along the way, hopefully you kind of take them along. I think design helps people do the things they need to do. So whether it's focus, whether it's rest, whether it's socializing with your friends, I think it helps create the perfect moment for something to happen.
And that is Slack.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Primo and Kayla. That was an amazing project. I know that when we had our first student conference back in October of 2019, we had live tours of that, and the feedback I heard was just amazing. So it's good to see it again. Thank you for your time. We're right at the end, but let me ask you two questions that came through here. One, a quick question: what rendering software does your company use?
Kayla? There's so many.
Yeah. I would say that we use a variety of different things. We kind of, as individuals, pick what we feel strongest with or what works best for the project. So we do a lot of renderings out of Revit using Enscape. We'll do some hand renderings if that feels appropriate for the client, or quick design studies in Photoshop. It just kind of depends, but I think we're not really limited to any one software, which is really wonderful. If we have a request, we can usually use that as well. So.
Thank you. And then one last question, especially given what you said at the start of this, Primo, is everyone's asking, you know, how, what are you looking for in an intern? What should I do? So maybe like a high level bit of advice for anybody that is going to take you up on your offer to apply for an internship with your firm. What will you be looking for?
Well, you know, we just ask that, you know, we're looking for people who want to learn. This is really a time where there should be no ego. This is about learning. And your first couple of years, you will get opportunities, but you need to, there's just a big jump, right? And we want people who are interested in learning, interested in doing as many different things. Design is absolutely one aspect of, you know, but it is a small percentage, and there's a lot of other things to do. So you got to learn a lot of the other things to do. So get your hand sketching, get your skills in Revit or BIM or whatever the program is, kind of be ready to hit the ground running and do. You're going to want to do anything because you need to learn it. I was a librarian for like the first year. I made coffee and I met every rep and I took in every catalog, whether it was a stone catalog or a rock. So I learned, you got to learn the material and the tools. Those are the pieces that you're going to be placing because you're specifying. So you are a jack of all trades and you have to be, because we are the funnel that it all goes through. So be ready for that and be open to that. Do not get your mind on, I need to do this cool shit design thing, because that is one part of it. The rest of it, you're going to have to design the detail to make that thing work. So be open. And we're looking for somebody because we are very serious about the sustainability and making sure that we can, are good stewards of design. So we want to make sure that we bring up another round of designers who are going to be working with that frame of mind: sustainability, repurpose. I love the idea, Kelly's project. Things like that are important, and we control a lot as designers. So we want to usher in that next generation of smart, sustainable thinking.
Fantastic. Well, thank you again, both of you, for taking the time. Thank you, Primo. I know your time is pretty valuable, so thanks again for taking the time to speak to the students. And great seeing that from O+A. With that, I'll launch into the last of the virtual tours from Bar Architects. And with that, I'd like to ask Timothy to come on. He's been patiently waiting this whole time. And there he is.
Hey, hi.
Hey, welcome.
Yeah, let me wake up here a little bit.
I know. Okay, well, thank you for joining us. Sorry you're a few minutes late, but we'll make up for it. We'll just eat a little into the break time, so don't feel that you have to rush or anything.
We also Jihi is with our office as well.
Oh yes, sorry, Jihi. There you are. Good to see you. Yes, thank you.
Actually, I don't seem to be able to turn on my video. It says the host has stopped.
Oh, okay. Let me see if we can address that behind the scenes, but
okay.
Yeah.
I think I can still oh, there we go.
There we are.
There we go. Okay.
Great. All right, I'll leave you guys to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, it's great to be a part of this this conference. It's been super inspiring to see all of what we're up to right now. So we are BAR Architects and Interiors. Let me share my screen. Here we go. So our firm comprises of 85 people. We are located in San Francisco and Los Angeles. We have various sectors, as you can see, education and the arts, residential, mixed use, hospitality, retail and commercial. We also do a lot of historic and adaptive reuse, master planning. So you name it, we have a very broad cross section of interests and practice areas. And let's see, okay. And this is our office. This is, we have most of LA here too. You can see that we're a very energetic office. We care a lot about the culture. We care a lot about diversity, equity, inclusion. And we do, even during this pandemic, we do really focus on our office culture. We have a program in which we schedule chats and gathering time that's not just project-based, so that we can always be integrated and collaborating with one another, really seeking each other as support and inspiration for design. And let's see. Yeah, so we are, generalists and specialists, with these various cross sections of design and sectors. We have a lot of bandwidth, but so there's a lot of exposure to different types of projects. Let's see. Yeah. So a little bit about our office space. This is the San Francisco office. We built this out back in, gosh, it's been like 10 years now. And we care a lot about materials, detailing, let's see, so this is our reception area, conferencing spaces, and collaboration spaces. And yeah, I guess with us being last, we're sort of going to be kind of bringing the conversation home. A lot of what has been discussed in this conference has to do with the workplace. And Tim and I focus primarily on lifestyle. So we do a lot of collaboration with custom homes and hospitality, winery work. And so we'll give you a different aspect of that from that perspective. So Tim, do you want to share your screen?
Yeah. Can everyone see that now?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, first of all, I wanted to thank you for the opportunity and say hello to everyone. And if Yoko is still on, I would love to say hello. We worked together in the past, and it was great to see her and hear her talk about the process of research, like everyone has been talking about from the different groups, but about research and how we design for people and the location. And as G mentioned, we focus a lot on hospitality and multifamily housing and custom homes. So we're a very concept-rich driven design group, and we really are focusing on seamlessly integrating interiors and architecture, and finding that collaboration through all of our projects really helps to position whatever we're working on, if it's any type of project, and really helps to tell that story and helps drive the design. And, you know, we focus a lot on, when we're doing hospitality, we like to focus on the menus and what's being served in those spaces, and work very closely with the hotel operators. What I'm going to share today is, several hotel projects that we've got going on right now. And surprisingly, we have several that are under construction and during the pandemic and are getting ready to open. We have existing hotels that are doing a lot of renovation work right now and taking this downtime to prepare for when the world comes back and we all open up again. So Flamingo Resort and Spa is located in Santa Rosa. And we took a very deep dive into the history of the hotel. It was built in 1958, has a very, very, long-standing presence in Northern California. And as we researched and talked with so many people, we found that, that there was a history of people driving from the surrounding areas and driving from San Francisco and coming to enjoy the outdoor warm weather of Sonoma County. And the hotel is really centered around this central pool. And there was just so many wonderful stories of families coming and just spending long weekends. So we really, began to understand that Flamingo could really exist nowhere else but in Santa Rosa. And what's different about Santa Rosa is that, and we dove in to decide and discovered what is different from Santa Rosa from the rest of Sonoma is that it is this more casual, relaxed. It's very beer focused versus wine focused. And so we really wanted to discover and find out what really made it special for the guest once they come to the property. So these pages are really just a bunch of long research deck that we have, and that these are just a few pages that just sort of drive to the point of the concept for the hotel. So with the hotel spanning from the 50s to today, we really wanted to focus more in that 60s, 70s, if you will, mid-century period, and find out something that's really unique about that period and not really what is so predictable by the typical furnishings and look and feel. So we really wanted to drive back to the idea that of the history of all, of people coming and spending time there with their families. But what was the experience of looking back, and what could that bring? Could it be a perfect cocktail, a song that captures the mood of, when you were there once before, or the smell of sunblock? Just really kind of play off of all of the senses of the place and what it can bring when you're the guest. And we wanted to pull, like I said, from the nostalgic period and the era. And, we really wanted the space to be designed for multi-generations, the younger, demographic that the hotel is now attracting and wanting to attract and wanting to build its guest base. But also there's a strong history of the baby boomers of the area that come there and spend a lot of time and have been for many, many years. So we really wanted to create a space that was comfortable for multi-generations. So this is just as I said, it's under construction. The hotel will be opening in May. So here are a couple of quick renderings that we do in-house, and everyone's been talking about Revit and Inkscape. But we really wanted the lobby to be multifunctional uses of spaces with different seating areas, and bring this indoor-outdoor feel as the hotel all centers around landscape and the pool area. So we're bringing in, as you can see, plant materials, but also working with artisans to develop, light sculpture that centers and hangs in the space. We're actually bringing in the exterior stone slate that's all around, flagstone that's around the property, and bringing that into the space to really create this indoor-outdoor environment. One of the features that we worked on closely with the operations team is up in the top left image that you're seeing is the reception check-in. We really didn't want it to be the typical, and they did not want it to be the typical check-in experience of standing behind a desk. So all the staff and the welcoming team is all standing to the millwork that's to the left, and with all their computer trays and technology that's all built into the beautiful millwork piece. And then they greet the guests around this central table that almost acts like the kitchen island where, you know, everybody gravitates for a party. And the guest is greeted with a featured drink of the day or the week. And so it's really this much more interactive, setting the tone, setting the theme, and setting the experience at the very beginning for the guests once they come to the property. That's much more relaxed, social, and it is going to have a party vibe, if you will, with this central pool that the hotel is built around. And then we've got a shot here of the restaurant. We wanted to bring in sort of that reference of the rattan and the old tiki bar of your father or grandparents had down in the basement of their 60s modern home. So we just started having fun with some of those elements and having the screens create different spaces in this very, very long linear restaurant space. The host stands behind this terrarium that helps greet the guests and starts to set the tone. There's a shot looking in the restaurant. Again, the bar is centrally located, and then you got a dining space on one side that you see, and then that's a mirror plan on the other side of the bar, which all the windows open up to the pool, and it just has this very outdoor interaction and celebration. So in the guest rooms, we wanted to take it to a little bit more kind of coming into your home space, if you will. You know, you've got the public spaces where it's very active with the pool and the restaurant and the lobby. But once you come into the restroom, or excuse me, the guest room, you're sort of have a little entry space that separates the sleeping area from the entry. And so you kind of just have this moment, a little decompress from the activity of the hotel, and as you're entering in, you know, to your private little oasis. So one of the things we did, especially for the king room, as you can see here at the top left, is that we rotated the bed, and having it face these beautiful floor to ceiling windows that look out to the pool. Instead of having the typical guest, you know, bed on the wall with the television across from it, by rotating this, it really kind of creates this great opportunity and repositions the view from the bed for the guest. And then we also wanted to develop this sort of, it also gave us more space in the room that we could have this table that could function for dining. It could also be a work table. And then by integrating a bench at the end of the bed, it really kind of creates this more social little space at the foot of the bed in the guest room, right up against those windows that open up to the pool. The other shot is the typical queen layout. We've just, you know, we've provided the entry screen and kind of taking all of those same thinking for the king room into the queen room. Use of materialities, all, you know, from the period of the 60s and 70s. We have cork flooring, area rugs, custom made that are braided, and this beautiful teak mahogany furnishings and wood screen. And we dove in and collaborated closely with ownership and with the team and helped develop all the collateral that goes into the guest room and at the property, from the do not disturb signs on the guest room doors. You know, I'm out taking a dip and you know, from calendars, from business cards. And then we really always work very closely with our art consultants and develop a great art program that really creates, continues that design narrative and aesthetic throughout the whole hotel and property. So Ojai Valley Inn is another hotel that's here in California, and it's a hotel that project that actually came with me to BAR Architects, and has been a very long-standing relationship going on 8 years now. Ojai is located down in right just north east of Santa Barbara and south from Los Angeles. It sits on 240 acres land around a 220, excuse me, around a golf course. And the thinking for this is we really wanted to, the concept and thinking was to really gravitate toward mountain, valley, and legacy. And the reason why is that the Topa Topa Mountains surround the valley of Ojai Valley. And Ojai Valley is one of the unique valleys that run east to west. And the legacy is really diving in and understanding the Native Americans and the Chumash Native Americans that were originally in the area, and also tying it to the ownership. The ownership is a family owned and has had the property for close to 70 years. So we really wanted to honor that and honor the location and honor the legacy of the people. So the valley, what's unique about the valley is it's very abundant with agriculture. We have, as you can see here, avocados, olives, lavender, and pixies. I know we're showing lemons here, but pixies are very well known from the area. But what's also very unique about it is during the evening, which they call as the sun sets, you get a reflection of the water from the ocean onto the Topa Topa Mountains, which is referenced as the pink moment. And that is celebrated every evening at the hotel with a music change, with a lighting change on the property. And also they have pink moment lavender cocktails that are always shared at the pink moment time at the hotel. So here's just a couple of shots, just looking at the lobby. You know, the architecture of the property is Spanish Revival, so we really wanted to honor that, still keep some of the original detailing from the hotel, like at the fireplace, but also referencing a contemporary version of Spanish Revival through some of the furnishings and decor and finishes. Just some detail shots. Again, we worked with the art program and accessories and furnishings, entry doors that we designed to the hotel, and fountains around the property. The original building on the property was the clubhouse for the golf course, and it was designed by the architect Wallace Neff. So it was a space that was really very underutilized, and we wanted to honor the architect. I'll go back here, but also create the space. Like I said, was very underutilized. So we developed the central bar for the hotel, and really have now activated that space. And it really is now an opportunity, as you can see on the menu design, to help educate guests and locals that come, who is Wallace Neff, and the history around the hotel. We worked closely again with the executive chefs and helped understand their menu. And so we worked on some of the menu concepts with them of just light appetizers, because this is actually adjacent to the main dining room, which is called Olivella. So there's some synergy between the two menus, but we also wanted to bring in the Pixies and help, create different cocktails with them. So thinking of the history and thinking of the menu, we really started to dive in and research more about the room and the building. And as we found original old drawings, we had seen that there was actually doors on either side of the existing fireplace. So we added the doors, opened it up to the outdoor more to be able to create another courtyard space just adjacent to this room. And again, this room was really never used, and now we have great seating areas. We have a great new bar design, and it's really become the central hub for the hotel. And then adjacent to the hotel is some of the original guest rooms that were part of the hotel, and we're now just building these out. And here are a couple of shots of the lobby that's space in this old 1920s Spanish Revival building. And then some of the shots of the guest rooms were playing off the 20s and the 40s and 30s with the restroom, guest room, and with materialities and furnishings. One of the fun things that we found out is that there was a long history of celebrities coming to the hotel during over all this time and stayed in these rooms. So each room has a custom art piece, as you can see here, with a Bob Hope. And we've sort of had fun and created different color palettes on them and kind of modernized these original photos. But each room has a celebrity photo that who has stayed in the hotel or stayed at the property over the years when this hotel was first built. A lot of the rooms have beautiful outdoor spaces adjacent to amazing views, and we've really kind of opened up the mini bar and the closet design for all of these guest room experiences. So these are a couple of model rooms. Everything is being rolled out, and these redesigned rooms will be opening up in May as well. Last space at the hotel is the indigo pool. We really drew from the indigo pigment that is found in a lot of the Chumash cave dwellings. You can see that, and we developed different seating areas of open trellises. We designed the cabanas around this pool, the pool bar, and the main thing is that we developed and designed the new pool, shifted it to now look towards the view of the Topo Topaz, and really opened up as the guest enters into the pool area. Okay, all right, bear with me. We're gonna talk about, this is some of our multifamily housing projects. And this is a project in Oakland that's adjacent to a hotel. The hotel at the time was being branded as a West Elm hotel. And it's now kind of changing, making some changes. But we focused on the lobby entrance to the residences that are adjacent to it. So thinking of West Elm at the time, and a lot of, they really work with a lot of local artisans around the world. And we really dove into this location in Oakland, which is next door to the Hive, and also next door to a lot of maker spaces. And also in this area of Oakland, there is the monthly art walk. So we really wanted to pull a lot from that and think of this space as a maker space, as a work area, referencing that, and and some artisan spaces, and referencing the design aesthetic of West Elm at the time, and for the rest of the hotel. We worked with the architecture team and opened up this small lobby. At one point, all the mailboxes were enclosed into one room. So we thought, hey, let's just open up area so we can kind of create more of a focal point around this maker's table, but also put the mailboxes out in the space and have it be more of an interactive, say hello to your neighbor idea. So that's what we've done here. The mailboxes sit on this ledge that turns into a bench that you can sit on as you're waiting for the elevator, or, you know, if you want to come over and use this workman's table and check your mail, or you know, gather around with, you know, some of your neighbors, you can. And looking at the other view of this lobby space at the work table, but we've also developed this hanging system for a collection of local artists, kind of very treated it like a artist's easel, and it could, you know, be flexible for different sizes of art pieces. If there's a art exhibit that happens in this space, if they have little local artisans, you know, you could actually have a reception on this workman's table. But, you know, really wanted to activate this lobby space as much as we could. It's very small, but we thought we had fun with it and created a lot of different uses within this space. Just some shots. This is the screen wall that separates the residential lobby from the hotel lobby, and then just some of the graphics and colorations that we were playing with for the corridor spaces as you get up into the residences. So one of the custom homes that Jihi and I are working on with our teams is the Montage residences up in Healdsburg. There are 5 custom home sites, and BAR has designed 5 different homes, and they're being built right now. One of them that I'm going to focus on right now is this 6,000 square foot residence. What's unique about the site and the Montage Healdsburg hotel, which I worked on as well years ago, it really draws from the site itself. You know, the site has over many oak trees. The ownership really decided that they didn't want to remove many of the oak trees, really sort of set all the architecture within the landscape, drawing from the color palettes, drawing from the convergency of the rivers that, you know, surround Healdsburg. So it really creates this very unique opportunity. And as I said, the architecture really sets in the site, sets amongst the trees, trying not to disturb the natural grade. So a lot of the guest rooms at the hotel and these residents sit up elevated off the land, and really creates wonderful opportunities for a view off out of your guest room or out of your home. So here's a couple of shots looking in the home. Again, these are renderings. The home is under construction. The kitchen, we really brought in a lot of the local materials of white oak. Really wanted to have this interactive social gathering of cooking here in the middle, and then surrounding the restaurant is more of the prep areas. Shot looking of the master bathroom and a detail of the master bedroom. And then a shot looking from the living room, bringing in the local Kootenai stone at the fireplace, and just really capturing these views from these residences are quite amazing, looking out to all the oak trees. The last project I'm going to share is Joseph Eshrick home in Belvedere. This has been a project that's been continually going on for several years for us. I'm just going to run through it quickly. The idea, the home is our client inherited the home, so it's been in her family for many years. So the whole idea is we really wanted to honor this iconic mid-century modern architecture, but also honor the memories of the family and the childhood memories that the homeowner had. So we really we were able to really use the existing hemlock wood in the home. We refinished it. We added new cork flooring throughout the space, but what this room is exactly laid out that the way that the homeowner remembered how her family used the room, and that was very important to her, with a little breakfast sitting, little social entertaining area. Really just the family was very avid readers, so she really wanted the sofa and the sitting area focusing to the library, and a lot of a mixture of found vintage pieces of furniture with new furnishings as well. A shot looking from the entrance into the family room that we were just seeing. Kitchen is very much refreshed through new countertop materials, but really working with the existing hemlock and cherry wood. A lot of that, we found some original hardware that was used but then had been replaced, and so we had new hardware cast to match the original. And we worked very closely with the owner on the art program throughout the home as well. And I think that's it.
Fantastic. Thank you to both of you, Timothy, Jihi. Thank you for this amazing presentation. Those are some beautiful spaces, just very luxurious, and just a delight to see. So thank you for both of your time. I saw that we got a question, but I think Jihi, you answered it as it came in, and we're running a little behind. So I will again thank you for your time, and great seeing both of you.
Great. Thank you. Bye now.
Very quickly, I'm going to, let's see here. I'm going to share my screen again. And so a quick question for everybody. I never heard from Justine Kubo for the first raffle prize. So I'm going to, this is the last chance for that. So the new winner of the Blanks mystery box is Anna Mayorga. Anna Mayorga, if you are there, please respond in the chat room. And there is another raffle prize generously given by Genevieve Mansfield at Stone Source. We actually have two of them, two $50 Amazon gift cards. The winner of this is Aditi Bambare. Aditi Bambare, if you want to also raise your hand or respond in the chat box with your email address or contact info, we will get that going to you. Okay. Oh, good. I see somebody saying I am here. All right. We'll follow up with that. Now keep in mind, for whatever reason, we can't actually see your name. So please give a little more info. All right. So with that said, I'm going to welcome our keynote speaker, Angie Lee. Angie is with FX Collaborative Architects out of New York, very generously joining us from the East Coast. Angie, are you there?
Hi, Tony, I'm here.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for giving your time to the students today. I will let you take it from here.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. I am so honored to speak to such an important group of people. You are the future world and paradigm shapers, and you have some of humanity's greatest design challenges ahead of you. So let me start sharing my screen. Just give me a second. I'm gonna see if I can do this without too many hiccups. Tony, can you just let me know if you can see my screen? Just want to make sure.
I can, yes, we can see your screen.
Excellent, okay. Fabulous. All right, so I read this quote by Margot Jefferson as she wrote her memoir about being Black in America. I was struck by how the words fit me, like they were tailor-made for my past experiences growing up as an other. As a designer, I have turned this practice of imagining what can't imagine me to my advantage. It's allowed me to hone my empathic skills to understand different perspectives. If you replace the word other with designer, this practice of observing and learning stories that aren't your own is actually an important skill that I believe all creatives must figure out how to do. My status as an other began when I immigrated to this country as a 2-year-old. With my pigtails, my family took me to the middle of the country to a place called Kansas. By the time I was 3, my parents gave me an easier name for people to understand and pronounce. And yes, they went for the easiest name of them all, I think, which was Jane. During a company picnic for my dad's hospital, where he was a resident as a future general surgeon, I accidentally broke into the estate owner's house. As a 3-year-old, I think they had some leniency for that kind of behavior. The estate owner's house was actually off limits, but the very nice lady who lived there found me in her great hall and asked me what my name was. I couldn't remember it and hemmed and hawed until suddenly my mom popped up behind me, apologizing for my intrusion. This very nice lady tried asking my mom what my name was, since I apparently had no idea. But my mom hesitated also. It turns out my parents hadn't finalized my American name because all their Korean friends were naming their daughters Jane also. It's a thing. But the nice lady suggested to my mom that I looked like an angel and perhaps she would consider calling me Angie, which sounds sweet. But if you think about it, it's really a story of letting a complete stranger name your kid. But actually, that story is also an example of a series of experiences that allowed me to feel welcomed into this country between bouts of unwelcome othering. Belonging to a place means you feel an ownership of a place, I believe. To be able to design a better world means you've dabbled in alchemy in many ways, where you convert a space or an experience from a negative to a positive state. This kind of magic is what drives me as a designer, to imagine big enough to capture the joy of belonging, to be a catalyst that shifts emotion and experience from bad to better to good and hopefully to really great. To understand how to trigger joy, not in the Marie Kondo style, but as a designer, is to understand how to tell a story. I learned how to tell stories of everyone around me first. I always thought that was a bit backwards, but I have come to believe that for most people, telling your own story is the most difficult thing to do. And it may be the most important thing for a designer to master. Designing for authenticity and the whole selves of the people you are designing for is nearly impossible if you haven't figured out how to do this for yourself. I was quite introverted when I graduated from Carnegie Mellon. Shortly after graduating, I worked for an architect who would make me read the newspaper out loud in the backseat of his car as he drove the team to client meetings in Pittsburgh. It was kind of a nightmare hearing my own voice as my coworkers had to listen to me read about the weather or baseball or whatever it was that was printed on that paper. As much as I hated those drives, I realize now that I was being forced to create space for myself. The ability to communicate through storytelling in interior design is how you translate a sense of belonging through nonverbal sensory gestures with finishes and lighting and the shaping of spatial proportions, acoustics and smell, tactility, and visual cues. Some of my past and present clients are, like BBC, which is the project shown here, and also on the right. New York Stock Exchange is in the middle and General Electric is on the left. For each of these projects, the parameters were vastly different and the clients were completely unpredictable. But the one thing I could always rely on, no matter what kind of project typology was and is to this day, the fact that the design never gets approved unless it's attached to some sort of story. We just finished a project for Amtrak, their first class travel lounge in the historic post office mail sorting space at the newly opened Moynihan Train Hall was built on an experience that borrows from the past and aspires to map out the future. We created a sense of nostalgia for a culture of train travel that is more familiar globally and is more luxe than it ever was in the US, but it set the table for future travelers that allows for more inclusion. The design process for the travel lounge was haunted by the memory of the historic Penn Station that was demolished in a fit of short-sightedness in 1963. But we didn't have to look far for inspiration. The post office that remains has exquisite details in the existing ceiling of the Grand Hall facing 8th Avenue. The mail sorting hall, where the concourse and Amtrak spaces are now, evoked visions of, vintage canvas delivery satchels with leather details, and we combined this kind of sporty elegance with Baroque geometries for the project. The client embraced our proposal to reenact a romantic ideal of train travel that honestly exists mostly in movies and memories from abroad. The outside of the historic post office to the Grand Concourse, which is shown in the middle, to the reception lounge on the right, these were all tied together with a narrative that's being tested at the moment as train travel is not especially robust right now. You're looking at sort of art directing shots that I did remotely. So this is like a picture of a picture from somebody's laptop. But when travelers do come back in greater numbers, they are going to be greeted by spaces that look like this and were forged in conversations about accessibility, mother's rooms, family toilet rooms, and children and family areas where the furniture can be misappropriated. In addition to the default traveler profile, which is the frequent business traveler, we were mindful of multiple generations occupying the lounge, as a lot of senior travelers take the cross-country sleeper cars frequently. And they need a level of proximity, typically, to elevators and train platforms that allows them to lounge near vertical circulation for the sort of extra time that they need to get down to the train. Food and now alcohol will be served at the counter and bar shown on the left and eaten on the terrace or the dining areas shown on the right. The train departure information is always within line of sight, either on the giant electronic board out on the concourse or on local video displays showing the ETA or ETB of the trains. This was a complex dance where we choreographed the past, the present, and future with technology and the escape from technology. The design process was continuously tested by a vast array of client concerns and operational requirements, and an underpinning of diversity, accessibility, and inclusiveness that helped us push Amtrak to a level of innovation that was far greater than they even expected. This next project is a building lobby on Park Avenue, which is about to be photographed professionally in 2 weeks. The idea here was to knit together the legacy, again, of the building's history with the future. It's the oldest remaining office structure on the avenue, and it hosts workplace tenants like Pernod Ricard and Anheuser-Busch. We eliminated the traditional security desk because the space wasn't wide enough for one, let alone two, that were existing in the space when we started. Self-check-in podiums are placed along the walls, and the security guards receive guests as if they're being welcomed into a hotel or a restaurant. We combined a bevy of plaster replicas of the historic medallions on the exterior of the building to playfully pay homage to the building's original identity as the Postum cereal building. The other side of the lobby is lined with diffuse, polished aluminum panels that blur the reflection of the medallions and the activity within the lobby. By clouding the image of the ornate wall across, they modernize the historic details facing them and convert the past into a sort of rewritable future. The idea was to contain the past and the future within the same space, with the convergence of these two forces coming together in the middle, which is where the end user occupies the present. The video canvas on the ceiling also symbolizes the present, with ever-moving high-definition pixels that animate an overhead canvas with a rotating series of kinetic art pieces that are soothing galactic skies for 5 to 10 minutes, and then quirky little men in suits racing around a labyrinth, and then leaves that slowly float across to captivate and soothe, and so on. The artist David Niles is shown here on a FaceTime call with me to review the dozens more scenes that he had produced and shot in his studio with dancers and acrobats, and sometimes, multiple layers of clouds or rippling pools of water. The last project I'm going to walk you through is another newly completed project. But before I show you the new stuff, I wanted to start with an image of the original project that we modified. The BBC Studios space in Midtown Manhattan is for a client I met over 10 years ago, and I had designed their offices with a goal to celebrate the merging of British and American cultural sensibilities, and more specifically that of London and New York. For the new project, they wanted to revitalize major portions of the existing space because they had kind of completely changed their organizational structure. They had new business models that they had inherited and acquired with streaming services like BritBox, and they had come around to acknowledging that their culture was not 100% extroverted as everyone expected a media company to be. They wanted the space to match the way that they honestly worked, with smaller private rooms and more individual seating elements. But their basic identity as global storytellers remained. It's just that the kinds of stories they were telling had changed. We worked with them to conjure spaces that looked and behaved like the rooms they imagined their stories being shared in, like living rooms. There are also tiered screening rooms focused on a hearth that is actually a giant TV/video wall that actually stands in as a movie screen. And we agreed that stories were shared through books and physical libraries and reading tables and around the dinner table. And for Doctor Who fans, stories are prompted by the time-traveling British phone box called the TARDIS. I used to use this image to explain BBC's culture after their opening party 10 years ago on Halloween, when their president dressed up like David Bowie and their CEO like Gene Simmons with full professional makeup, wigs, and platform shoes. But like I said, things change. I'm proud of these projects, but I wonder, especially now, did we use the right crystal ball? Were there no warnings that would have helped us know that designing for health and wellness should include keeping ourselves out of the hospital, and that justice, diversity, and inclusion was more important than boiling everything down to introverts and extroverts? And finally, that climate change is actually a climate crisis. At my firm, we are actively trying to recalibrate how our design process works, trying to do more good while trying to do no harm. We kind of rewrote our mission statement and principles a few years ago to reestablish how we functioned, and more importantly, to define why we do any of this. FX Collaborative has affinity groups like FX Women, FX One, and FX Mosaic to tackle issues surrounding gender identity, diversity, and inclusion. But honestly, these groups were born out of the absence of stories. Women in the firm were not feeling heard and formed a circle to create space to tell their stories. Then the same thing was happening for our LGBTQ+ community, and we formed FX1. But we discovered the women's group was centering white experiences in their conversations, and the LGBTQ group talked mainly about cisgendered gay men's experiences. So we formed a group to finish painting the picture those groups had started and to connect some more dots. Thus, our diversity and inclusion group was formed as FX Mosaic. These groups regularly bring their stories together to build the connections between our experiences and are beginning to help us understand how to design differently without reverting to old habits or what we ironically call best practices that don't offer a roadmap to tackle how to reverse environmental racism, inequitable gendered spaces, or how to cure an addiction to Eurocentric design tenets. We started collecting new languages in a way, first by applying correct pronouns and adding neglected experiences to tell the missing stories that will help make the world a bigger place for all of us to belong. Cheryl Heller is this great author who wrote something called the Intergalactic Design Guide with advice from a bicycle salesman about riding your new bike. He says, you're going to be inclined to stare at the pothole or the curb or the open cab door when you're out on the streets, thinking that's the best way not to hit the door. Don't. Look at the space beside it, no matter how narrow, because what you look at is where you'll go. Heller's bicycle salesman anecdote are illustrations that riff off a Chinese proverb, which warns, if we don't change our direction, we're likely to end up where we're going. Where we're going has been predicted by climate scientists empirically and for many decades. I do see that more firms are prioritizing things like cradle-to-cradle processes and expanding their understanding of the positive impact of healthy specifications. But there is actually still a majority of incremental, gradual plans to balance business as usual with a slow ramp up to solutions that won't likely be enough. Companies and organizations have committed to newly drafted 10-year commitments that reset our sights on 2030, since most cities missed 80% of their 2020 emission reduction goals last year. The power of place relies on our ability to solve this graph first. This is a visualization that climate scientist Ed Hawkins created. He mapped out the annual global temperatures from 1850 to 2019. And each stripe represents an entire year with a span of 34 degrees Fahrenheit going from coolest in the darkest blue to hottest in the darkest red. Whether it's wildfires in California or Australia or Greece or bleached coral reefs that look nothing like the image on the right, which is what they're supposed to look like, these things are urgent existential threats to our ability to make places, imagine amazing experiences, or design without facing the climate crises that threaten equity and the diversity of people, animal, and plants. But I like the idea that our strength lies in how well we remake ourselves when we break. I often rely on the idea of kintsugi to sustain me. Kintsugi is a Japanese practice of fusing broken pottery with golden seams that results in something stronger and more stunning in its recreation. It's popular to move fast and break things, something that was embraced in the heyday of the tech industry rise, which is loosely tied to the idea of failing fast. And of course, failure is inevitable and necessary. But it's important to remind ourselves that failure can't be the final outcome. Learning to live with our problems instead of solving them is not good design. You are in the middle of gaining a powerful skill. The power of design is profound and omnidirectional. You are future placemakers. This is a great responsibility that comes, with that kind of power. We talk about design assuming we are talking about good design, but bad design is quite typical. We are not more active in combating bad design because we have a hard time identifying it. Bad design works. It's cheap. It's accessible, but bad design makes people sick. And bad design is inhumane labor laws, fast fashion, and hundreds of millions of tons of waste. Bad design is losing the embodied energy in existing built environments when the option to repurpose is rejected. Bad design, like a bad story, is predictable, but it's not inevitable. Good designs are called love stories by Kat Holmes in her book called Mismatch, because the most groundbreaking designs were motivated by a desire to help someone that the designer loved. I think that they were also fueled by a complete understanding of the story for whom the design was for. Italian inventor Pellegrino Turri invented a writing device to help his lover and friend, Countess Carolina. She was losing her vision, and without this device, she wouldn't be able to write to Turri in private. So they invented a machine that pressed a key into carbon paper for each letter they wanted to write down. Eventually, our modern day keyboard evolved from this. A good design is inclusive. Good design is good business, and it doesn't trap us into believing that designing for sustainability, gender equality, identity, health, and anti-racism are separate issues when they are chapters of the same book. This is 25, maybe 26-year-old London-based inventor Lucy Hughes, who created a product recently that will hopefully replace billions of tons of flexible plastic wrap. This brings me great joy because 99% of all plastics are made from fossil fuel feedstocks, which is a big culprit in the increasing greenhouse gases warming the planet. She found a story in discarded fish scales and red algae. It biodegrades in 4 to 6 weeks without the need for industrial composters. And one single Atlantic codfish produces enough waste for 1,400 Marinatex bags. This company, Deserto, makes vegan leather that has no plastic in it from cactus plants. Pinutex, this company takes pineapple fibers from discarded leaves and makes another vegan leather for clothing and accessories. And Deserto does not have to be green in color. There are many colors available, and it can even get shiny. And Alyssa Brunato is researching ways to make non-plastic iridescent finishes to replace plastic sequins. A company called Hempitecture makes an insulation called hemp wool. These are all love stories to the planet as far as I'm concerned. All examples of finding space that didn't exist before and making room for future places that we can inhabit. I hope you become the kind of designers and storytellers who make it possible for good design to win over bad design. The power to create a sense of place comes from understanding the people who will inhabit the worlds built by your design narratives. There wasn't a place yet for someone with my original name growing up. The spaces my family moved into were meant for people who didn't look like us, or speak like us, or eat the same foods and laugh at the same jokes. So the power of place was against us. Psychological space and physical place are connected. They shape each other. The quality of craft lies in the amount of healthy esteem and healthy materials you can install into both realms. As emerging designers and students of design, you have the privilege and responsibility to help save the beauty that remains of the planet that we share. Thank you for letting me into your day. I look forward to seeing and hearing from you in the future.
Thank you, Angie. That was an amazing presentation. I was getting multiple texts during it. With that, I would really like to open this up to questions and answers from the students. So please submit them through the Q&A portion down at the bottom of your screen. So let's see what comes in.
Okay.
Don't be shy.
So I do see something here about what inspired so much use of screens in the projects.
Okay.
I'm assuming that was for the 250 Park. So that is a very good question. So the client in, I mean, New York and the East Coast is a little bit different from, I guess, a slightly more easy pace of life in my sort of fantastical view of the West Coast. But there is something about this wow factor that we couldn't get away from in this lobby in particular. Oh, I guess BBC also has a gigantic screen. So to be able to cater to, you know, as many people as possible with the ability to tell as many stories as possible, that was something that really helped us activate and kind of help that building make its mark in the very competitive landscape of New York. And then for BBC, you know, as a multimedia company, so funny, I didn't even recognize how many screens were in these projects. The client again drove that because, you know, that's their medium, that's their main medium is video. So we actually had in the original project a smaller version of that gigantic video wall, but they needed that to be, or they wanted that to be a huge focal point. So I think that there is like a tussle between understanding how much energy consumption that produces and, you know, the sort of wonderful outcome and the you know, the sort of perceived, you know, fun kind of provocative quality that it delivers. that, like I had said, all of these projects, I'm really proud of, but I feel like the crystal ball that we're using these days, I think, is a little bit more intelligent. And looking at what we want to do in the future is putting a lot more scrutiny on how we've been sort of accepting best practices from the past. Okay, so here's another one. Are they all, Tony, Veronica?
No, that
Okay.
just happens to be no, that is the IIDA Northern California person. For whatever reason, we aren't seeing the students' names, and you missed the part at the start of this student conference where I apologize for any technical glitches, because we're amazing at design, but we are lousy at IT. And this is one of the glitches, is all the questions are coming in as Veronica, but that's actually the person who is running this event. So
yes,
yeah.
okay.
So yeah, yes,
boy, this Veronica is very curious. I love it.
She's got a ton of questions, but yes, let's go in just in order. The first one is, what are some of the biggest changes you anticipate to see in design due to COVID?
Yes, that I feel like I can answer that in so many different ways, because I feel like this is all that we're talking about. And as you know, I didn't do my own little intro in terms of what kinds of typologies I do typically, but I focus on everything except for prisons and hospitals. I think the two pillars outside of like cultural, institutional, transportation, and education is workplace and residential. And so those are the kind of ends of the spectrum, I think, in this kind of work, live, play cycle that all of us will get back to someday. But COVID, has changed it in a way that, let me explain it like this. So before the pandemic, there was a blur between work and sort of personal, private home life. And that was getting closer and closer in functionality and aesthetic, but mostly in the commercial spaces. But now that blurred boundary is not there anymore. It's just simply erased. So what we're looking at now is that, honestly, this is why I say that you guys are some of the most important people to talk to, because ahead of you lies this a plethora of design challenges. I think everything needs to be redesigned. So I have these hardcore, New York real estate, leasing agents, developers, brokers, and they're all coming back and re-examining formulas that they thought would never be questioned. So they're looking at the size of apartment units, because we know that the burden of home is making it so that we have to do so many things that our apartments and houses just weren't designed for. And for the office, after spending 10 months, studying from home and going to school from home and working from home, et cetera, we're going to want to bring a lot of those habits with us back to the office. And then the big question mark that I'm fascinated with is everything in between. So you've got retail, education, commuting, all of that too is going to have some, very deep design ramifications that I'm seeing some really interesting conversations try to tackle, from experts, from economists, to the Department of Transportation, to government agents who are trying to figure out how to go back and sort of take advantage of this opportunity to do things right this time. So that's my long-winded answer to that. COVID has changed pretty much everything.
So true. No, very true. Well, let's see. I'm going to come back to, there's some questions in here. I'll come back to it, but one of the questions I think is very interesting, and it's reflected by some of the comments that came in from the virtual tours we had. and the gist of it is this: how can design address our nation's history? We're at a pivotal point, many feel, in where we are. We've begun opening up conversations that have been, not talked about before. We have been discussing our nation's troubled past, issues such as slavery, our treatment of indigenous peoples. What role does design play, or should design play a role? But how can design address that or incorporate that history into what we're seeing out there?
Yeah, so I like this question because the topic is so important. This idea of being, an active listener, I'm sure you guys have heard about why that's important, but being a powerful learner is incredibly important, not just as like sort of new designers or students, but especially for people who are already in positions of power, because this storytelling aspect has been beaten to death, honestly, because I feel like I'm sure you've heard like, designers are storytellers, but the trick is to actually tell the real story. And that's what's starting to happen now, as you say, that we're opening up these topics about, the experience of people of color, especially the indigenous and Black communities, and how those stories just they were dismissed, they were invalidated, and when they were told, I think there was, even still, there was great risk of being accused of, incivility, impoliteness. So all of the systemic and cultural etiquette, behavioral protocols sort of work against telling these truly important stories. So especially in school, as I look back and I talk about how schools are kind of implementing curriculum that is still very much focused on Europe and a kind of white male perspective. So it really is not just about telling stories of people around you who don't normally have that narrative and that power of voice, but to tell your own, because there is a lot of connection in terms of how people have honestly experienced their past, and still lived experiences are often just funneled into very convenient and tidy categories, especially in the design world. And so, Tony, yes, absolutely, design has a sort of imperative responsibility to tackle those issues. I've heard so many times that designers have no place in getting their hands dirty with political issues or things that are outside of our lanes. But in fact, when I talk about design as an assumption of good design, that's a problem, because there's so much bad design that is directly like written into laws and institutions, things like redlining, and I mean, the list goes on and on. We could spend hours talking about that. But how we do that is just to start, researching into kind of, groups that are involved with design and activism, and a lot of those things are coming together. Verda, Alexander, who had asked me to come on and speak as a keynote, she's doing that in a lot of really meaningful ways. And so design as activism and storytelling as activism is something that we all have access to.
Sorry, I'm going to show my face. I just realized I was showing the icon. Thank you for that. That's very insightful. I do think that this is going to be a very lengthy ongoing conversation. But it's very interesting to see this finally happening. I mean, I'm old. And so it is nice to see the mantle getting taken up by the younger generation. Well, from that weighty issue to perhaps something a little a little lighter than race relations and the country's history, but still very relevant to our industry. All of us saw, or I'm assuming all of us saw the announcement from Salesforce about their new plan for returning to work with a mix of either working completely remotely, some flex time, or working, exclusively in the office. The estimate is that they had seen 40% of their workforce working on the flex schedule, which had them coming in 2 to 3 times per week. The estimate is that number is going to increase to 65%. So how will design address that, or how will it change what the workplace looks like if suddenly 2/3 of a company is on flex?
Well, so here's a weird thing, that it's a math problem. And I talked to a lot of leasing agents and brokers in the New York market, and I imagine the West Coast is actually quite similar. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with those kind of ratios of how many square feet per person we typically design for, to understand how big the elevators are, the egress stairs. And so when we do it with the old formulas, and back in the day, like with the WeWork, like 10 months ago, with the WeWork formula, they were getting, I know it's not that long ago, like south of 90 square feet per person. That's really tight. And I think something that was considered luxurious was maybe 250 square feet per person. Now, when we look at how most office space is at like 50% occupancy or less, and the amount of space that we're going to require to feel safe and comfortable around each other, and you're going to have everybody from people who will refuse to wear masks and maintain a physical distance to people who will never ever leave their homes. So this is like an incredible design challenge. How do you accommodate that? The one thing that I can sort of pick out in all the conversations is that no matter what, people need to come together. We're hardwired for that. But also, even with our own organization, we're moving our offices from Manhattan to Brooklyn, but we're really itching to get back together. But it's the teams. The teams have to get together. We're probably going to embrace a hybrid model, like a lot of companies I'm hearing are going to do. And the workplace will, have to examine the whole reason for existing, the purpose of the office. I actually firmly believe this, is that it's going to have to host more social events for networking, culture building, knowledge sharing, and teams. So if you'll have like a meeting room that's sized for, 8 to 15 people that don't come in every day, but they'll come in like maybe once or twice a week together. And then all the sort of soft spaces outside of maybe an enclosed room will be more like a co-working lounge. I did see a statistic that co-working business lounges are going to go up in terms of demand for that in the future. So it's going to look more and more like home and hotels. And I think, again, this blur, this erasure of division of typologies is going to continue to happen.
Now, I have been saying, and this is not a student question, but this is just my own observation, my humble little observation. One thing we have to keep in mind is when we do start returning to work, and at the rate that the vaccine is getting rolled out, and just the caution that companies are showing, it will be 18 months since people have been in an office. And something I'd love to hear from you is, how will we deal with the psychological impact of that? I mean, everyone is saying we need to get back to work, and everybody wants to. We're social creatures. But there's also the fact that we have not been around large groups for 18 months. How are we going to address that? Or how can design help address that?
Again, as instigators and catalysts for storytelling, I think what we're trying to do is extract all of these stories from people, like communication in terms of like amplifying that and putting that kind of on steroids. is going to be, the first step. And sort of, we've been saying like Zoom is the great equalizer, but it's also like the great magnifier, so that we're also seeing a lot of inequities. And this kind of like technology desert, excuse me, is something that's real, especially for education. So just really understanding how to bring your whole self to work. And that means like sharing the fact that you don't have the kind of resources that your colleague does. So over communicating and allowing other voices into the room is really the first step. And we do that on a regular basis as we look at programming and visioning phases of a design. But just understanding that when those stories are told, you can't just dismiss that as, we used to do in the past, from stakeholders. They would tell us, oh, some of these people are just saying they need a certain level of privacy, but that didn't fit into their kind of real estate formula. So it was kind of pushed off to the side.
Okay. One more question that's out here. How has COVID impacted the way you are designing public spaces?
Okay, so this is a fascinating one. There are some really, Brian Lee started a group called Collocate. It's COLLAQATE. And he was talking about the fact that you can't accomplish diversity and inclusion or equity without the justice in front of all of that. So it's called JEDI now. And when I first saw that, I was like, why are we talking about Star Wars? But it's actually really interesting to envision, like when we do renderings of public spaces, we're always optimizing the most happy moments, the most successful moments where everybody is sort of healthy and wealthy, but maybe not so wise, because a lot of these public spaces are taking on activities and events that are very real and that have been kind of tamped under the rug and kind of not given enough light. So public spaces are really important in terms of how we're going to figure out how to connect again between our personal and professional realms. I'm not an urban planner, but I do have access to one of those. He's my partner, and we're talking about this a lot. So, more to come, but that's not really my expertise. I am fascinated to hear more about like the truly public realm out beyond the built, enclosed environments.
Thank you for that. Well, a number of the questions that are still open or are being asked in the chat room, it relates to what is near and dear to the student's heart, which is, what is some advice you could give a student graduating today? What do you look for? What should they be, focusing on? What will a firm look for? Any advice for them? And one thing that is out there that one question got my attention, because it asks, what would you give for a non-traditional student, so someone that is perhaps pursuing this as a second career? And that is a question near and dear to my heart, because this is actually my second career. I originally studied to be an accountant, of all things, which was a horrible life choice because I am not an accountant. So yes, that would be that would be the question for you.
Okay. So I look at a lot of resumes, and I find that the most compelling and the strongest candidates come from very circuitous and non-linear routes. So if you're in design school and that's all you know, and you never sort of get into an area that's outside of your comfort zone, it's a little harder to actually create something innovative. I think there's just a lot of really prescriptive creative moves that we kind of adopt subliminally or subconsciously. But when you are, some of my strongest designers in the office came from marketing backgrounds, or they were a chef, or they did something completely different. And even like accounting, or, you know, I can't remember this one. She started in construction first, and then she came into the design side of it. So there's all these different ways to invert the design thinking process, which has become quite formulaic and commoditized. And so what we do is we stop listening to real stories, we stop telling real stories, and therefore we stop innovating. And in terms of having a non-conventional background, use that as an asset. You know, try to find a way to sort of go outside the normal routes, even if you are, you know, able to get a job right away. If you're not, which a lot of people are going to be faced with, try to think of that as an opportunity to understand different experiences. I take all of my lived experiences that had me on the outside looking in as a way to understand how to reach out and empathetically, and then turn that into sort of, you know, action that manifests itself into design and the built environment.
That's great advice. Thank you for that. And yes, I do think when you mentioned somebody came from a construction background, I know a lot of my friends on the general contracting side wish more of us had a construction background.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for that. I know it's just a few minutes early, but since we were running behind with some other things, and unless there's any other questions, but I think we addressed most of them, I want to thank you for your time. It was just an amazing presentation. I'm getting texts, I'm getting emails just saying just what a fantastic presentation it was, and it was very insightful. And thank you so much for joining us today. I know the students appreciate it. We appreciate it. And thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All right.
Okay.
Have a great weekend, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay.
You too.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye now. Well, it kind of went without saying, but we did not take that 10-minute break. We're going to forego the break. I'm just going to assume any bio needs are being taken care of. But we are running a little behind on the raffle. So with that, let me share my screen again. And let's see here. Okay, we have one more $50 gift card from Genevieve at Stone Source. And so that winner is Laura Rind. Laura, if you are here, please please show yourself in the chat room. So Laura Rind. Okay, fantastic. And then since Laura is here, I am going to share my screen once again. And we have another prize. We have the Blue Dot Perimeter Table Lamp. This is from Maddie Rahman at Blue Dot. And the winner of that is Jessica Palma. So Jessica, if you are here, please, please raise your hand or show yourself somehow. Jessica. Oh, Jessica going once. Jessica going twice. Oh, is that you? I'm going to assume there we go. Okay, perfect. All right, congratulations to both of you. We do have one more raffle item. We will do it after the next event. So the next segment of our conference, the last segment before we have some closing remarks, is the Meet the Professionals. Essentially, we have a diverse group of folks who are going to give a little insight into who they are, what they do, and how they got there. Again, I think you heard earlier on the panel discussion that, you know, there were quite a few of us, quite a few Gen Xers that graduated in the recession of the early 2000s. And our careers took very winding paths, and might not have gone where we thought they would go, but certainly landed in some very exciting places. So just don't be discouraged by what is happening out there, or by any perceived slowdown, because sometimes that can make for even more exciting journey. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our first person, our first speaker, Stephen Kalaki. Stephen, if you could come on.
I cannot turn on my video.
Uh-oh, you were earlier. I saw your smiling face earlier.
There we go.
There we go. Okay, I'm gonna let you take over.
All right. Hey everyone. My name is Stephen Kalaki, and I am my title is kind of a mouthful, but essentially my title is Design Application Specialist Ancillary, and I work for Herman Miller. I started my design career it's almost a decade ago. And for me, I was starting actually at the tail end of sort of a mediocre at best economy. And so we were slowly starting to turn things around, which was not a bad time to be sort of re-entering. For me, it was really kind of an interesting time for me, because as a student, I made the most opportunity I could to have as many internships as I could. And these weren't necessarily internships that were organized by my school. My school had one internship requirement. I wound up taking on 6 different internships scattered throughout the course of my student career. And for me, that was a really great opportunity to really get my feet wet and figure out parts and pieces of the industry that I really enjoyed. I, for example, didn't know what a crazy organized person I could be until I was working at a wallpaper company helping them to organize their samples, for example. Or I didn't know that I really enjoyed engaging with people until I was an intern working in the library at a design firm. So for me, it was a really great, easy opportunity to see and do and touch more things. So I can't advise enough to, if you are able to, find an internship and get your feet wet. For me, I wound up, after I graduated, I wound up working a few years as well, actually several years, as an actual interior designer. And for me, the thing that I really enjoyed was I loved presenting to clients. I loved engaging with clients. I really loved the creative process. And so when my current role came around about a year ago, which was actually, I started the first day of shelter in place. When that role opened up, for me, it was actually kind of exciting because I had always been sort of a furniture nerd, and I could rattle off. People would come to me and say, like, what is this chair? And I could say, oh yeah, that's XYZ chair, and it's made by this company. So it felt like a natural fit for me when this opportunity at Herman Miller came around to sort of help with their ancillary furniture, work closely with designers, be able to sort of roll up my sleeves, and I'm very client facing. I'm not a salesperson because that's never really been my comfort zone, but at the same time, I get to engage with a lot of people, which is the thing that I learned that I love the most. Any advice for students, I guess, would be the last point that is on here. And really, it's try as many things as you can, because as a student, it's way easier to try these things than it is as a professional. As a professional, people look at your resume, they want to make sure that you have tenure and experience at a company, so they don't want to see you hopping around a lot. As an intern, it's great because you can stick around for a couple months, try things out, learn about it, decide if you like that path. If you don't like it, you're not out anything. Nobody's going to look at your resume and say, gosh, you were only at this internship for 3 months. They're just going to say, oh, cool, you had an internship there. It's a different sort of grading scale, if you will. So that's my advice.
Fantastic. Thank you, Stephen. Are any questions for Stephen? Don't be shy. Okay, they're being shy. Where just here's a question for you. Where were some of the places you interned?
My very first internship, so I went to school in Chicago. My very first internship was actually at IIDA headquarters, working on their marketing team, which mostly I was working on their social media side of things. From there, I got to work closely with Cheryl Durst, which was actually kind of a cool referral reference when I moved out to San Francisco, because she could say, hey, I need you should really meet with this principal. That's the kind of benefit of having an internship. From there, I moved over to Maya Romanoff, which makes sort of fancy wallpaper, lots of handmade stuff, very high-end hospitality. From there, I jumped to a residential design firm, Caraman, and really all of these were sort of soft referrals from one internship to the next. So as I was wrapping up my internship at Maya Romanoff, the people at headquarters were like, actually, you should really, we think that you'd get along really well with Kara Mann's team. I rarely worked with Kara. She's more of a name on the door. But it was actually sort of insightful and an easy way for me to sort of network my way through, because there isn't just a bulletin board with this info out there.
I was going to say, here's a funny question. Did you get paid for any of those internships?
I got paid for all of them. I would not advise taking an internship if they're not going to pay you, because that essentially means that, sure, you're gaining experience, but your time isn't valued. And ultimately, even if you're just making minimum wage, you should be at least recognized for the value that you are bringing to that employer. Of course, they're coaching you. Of course, it's a little more hands-on from their standpoint. So you're not a normal employee, but I think at the bare minimum wage is the least that they should be considering. It should never be free.
Okay. Regarding those internships, I mean, would you say that some are better than others, or is any experience good experience?
I felt like, honestly, every experience was a good experience because it allowed me to learn more about things I liked and didn't like. I would never have taken an internship. I personally would never have taken an internship at a design firm library because it wasn't even on my radar. And in my mind, I would have thought, I don't want to be a librarian. And I still don't want to be a librarian. But for me, it was actually a really excellent experience because I got to learn more about product that as a student, I never would have known. It meant that my senior project actually looked way nicer than my peers because I had all of this sort of knowledge about materials and connections in the furniture industry from just being a librarian.
And that's a good segue to another question here. Do you still feel as though you're flexing your creative muscle in your new role compared to the previous one?
You know, I absolutely do. It's interesting because I get to touch and be a part of more projects, which for me is the fun part. I love doing the creative work on the project, but then as a designer, there's a reward with seeing your end project at the end. It's definitely always like very satisfying to see the finished product. But for me, the part that I always enjoyed with every project was the first like 1 to 3 months. And then after that, I eventually was like, okay, I'm ready to move on. In this role, it allows me to do that.
Fantastic. A last question, favorite Herman Miller piece?
So Herman Miller has 9 brands under their portfolio. Consistently, a lot of my favorite stuff comes from Magis, which is one of our partners in Italy. So the Magis traffic chair, I finally was able to purchase one for myself. I'll have it very soon, which was like total out of the blue that like it even worked out that way. So yeah.
That's very funny because my first job out of school was at a Herman Miller dealer, and I was so excited when I got the Eames stools at my designer discount, and I still have them. It's 22 years ago, and I still have them, and they're just beautiful, and they move with me everywhere. So yes. All right, Stephen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, students, for stepping up with questions. Keep them coming. Our next speaker is Piet Orendane. I hope I didn't butcher your name.
Sorry, I didn't realize. Let's see. I think you have to allow me to do the video.
Oh, all right.
There we go.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, awesome. Okay. Well, hi guys. My name is Piet. I work with Garrett Leather, and from the previous call that I sort of jumped on and didn't realize I was in another portion of the program today. I did hear this idea, and I feel like it keeps coming up with this idea of circuitous routes and not necessarily being afraid of that. I am an old millennial and a Gen Xer at the same time. I'm a cusper. So I actually got my bachelor's degree at Santa Clara University in poli-sci, of all things. I wanted to become a lawyer. I wanted to go into politics. Thank God I didn't. And I took this magical trip to Paris as my graduation reward for myself. And I saw how Paris and the way that the infrastructure was built there was, there was so much about how space really affects people's mood. It affects their lives. It changes how they interact with each other. And so having beauty and function and seeing that was something that I really wanted to be a part of. So remember, I just had finished my university degree, which was, if you can do your university in like 3 years, I would say don't do it. Take your 4 years, maximize being a student. Because by the time I decided to go back to school, I was super, super, super impatient. Because I just wanted to start working. And I ended up having a really interesting opportunity. And I had a contract actually with Santana Row to open up a furniture shop on the row. Mind you, I'm like 22 years old at that point, and I was going to import sort of a higher end version of Scandinavian furniture than what people were used to at the time, which was just IKEA. The recession hit and that didn't happen. So I was sitting here thinking, oh my God, what am I going to do? I didn't finish design school. I've actually done some commercial projects. What now? And so, sort of having to rethink about that, what I realized about trying to get this design space going and getting a business up and running, running over to Sweden to get vendors. And what I really enjoyed about that was the business aspect and actually more of the business development and the connection side. And so I ended up getting picked up by a fabric company who was willing to really train me as a road warrior. And so I got into sales, and I feel like sales is such a dirty word for so many people. And I know that you guys as designers, when you know that a salesperson is coming, you guys all hide and scurry away. So please, we don't bite. We're more of a resource. We're not car salespeople at all. We're honestly just, we're here to give you some information. So, but I'm just trying to chart my path here. So I ended up working for Fabricut for a few years, and then I got recruited by Kravit. And at Kravit, I really was able to see the power of branding and how a vendor leverages their contacts with, designers that are, well known, like Barbara Berry. I can't remember her name. Candace Olson. Wiseman, and then I'm trying to remember her name right now. She's super, super hot. And I met all these people, and I was so young, and I didn't take advantage of the fact that I've got Barbara Berry sitting over here at the table next to me. And so when I ended up going into more of a marketing role for my husband's company, because I got, again, the recession was it was like these different weird dips. I learned from there. I got a lot of skills, and I ended up learning how to do some cool, fun things with regards to entrepreneurship. But I missed being out with people. I missed clients. I missed being able to help out on projects. So I went back out, and I ended up working at Cambria. And they do solid surfaces. And again, I learned so much about that segment of the industry. But then I fast tracked to being the best territory in the Western states. So I was given the role of business development manager for the San Francisco territory, and I got to open up a brand new showroom. So again, I was just learning so many things, but it was still with this sort of sense of entrepreneurship and design kind of fused together. And I got to meet so many people. I met publishing people. I met people that were part of media that wanted to do different events. I got to meet Kamala Harris when nobody knew who Kamala Harris was. So that was a lot of fun. It was a lot of stress. It was crazy. And then I ended up at Garrett after taking a little bit of a break after Cambria. So what's awesome about where I'm at now is I'm kind of still doing that road warrior thing that has come to me very naturally, which right now I'm just so frustrated because I've been at home for like a year. But the other side of that is that I still get to do some really cool, fun, innovative things that I have a very expressive artistic nature, and I get to do that through this job by having a rep group called the Dream Team. So I'm the founder of that as well. Again, entrepreneurship. And we've created this means of being able to reach our design clients in a very intimate way without being, I think there was a time during the pandemic at the very beginning that it was really difficult to send an email or a phone call because it seemed so insensitive. So anyway, we did these design boxes. We're doing pop-up. We're going to do a pop-up. And basically what it is, it's fusions and contexts and layers of our product put together. And the pop-up that we're going to have is in the fall, and it's going to be a fashion show that is a mixture of Alexander McQueen meets Mad Max, post-apocalyptic, but out in Soma Street Eats, so that it's outside and socially distant. So I still get to do fun stuff like sketching and coming up with cool concepts. So I'm using my design skills every day, but I'm also like the empress of my territory.
Fantastic. That is great to hear. And yes, I'm sure that a lot of the students enjoyed hearing that because I think there's a a fear out there that if you go into the the sales world, that immediately your creativity dries up, and you're not really in the industry. And that my experience over 20 years of being in sales is that's certainly not the case. So thank you so much for your time. With that, I'll queue up our next person, Caitlin, if you are there. Hey, how are you? I'll hand it over to you.
Well, hello everybody out there in the ether. I'm Caitlin, and I'm the Director of Sales at Fireclay Tile. My path started not too dissimilar from the speakers prior, and I graduated from college from University of Oregon in 2006 with a degree in art history. And before that was a computer science major. So really love using two parts of my brain. And I've had two very different careers. When I graduated from college, I had various jobs at art museums and was really going that curator pathway. And then I started teaching art classes simultaneously. And that was a really exciting part of my life that I really value. And it led me to do other teachings. During that time after college, recession was poor. And I was just scrambling to work many jobs. I think I had 5 jobs. I was working at 2 different art museums. I was working in a cafe, but then I also decided to join AmeriCorps and lead a volunteer initiative. So I was doing that on the side. And that actually led me down a very interesting path doing social work. So I was a case manager for 10 years for adults with disabilities. And that was really exciting for me, but it's pretty emotional work. And I had this epiphany at one point in time. I was teaching art classes as well to adults with developmental disabilities, which was really rewarding. And I decided that I really love this aspect of my job. I really love teaching, and I really love exposing people to art and creativity. I was also developing some different technologies, adaptive technologies for folks interacting with their space. And it really led me full circle back around to think about universal accessibility and design. And that was something that I really wanted to bring my previous role in advocacy and social work back to design. So I decided to go back to college and get my master's in architecture. And I really had it in my mind that that was going to be my focus. Through that, I was applying at different master's programs in architecture school. And I moved down to the Bay Area for love and met my now husband. And I wanted to find some different positions that were related to architecture and design. And I came across Fireclay Tile. I have a history in dabbling in art on the sidelines, teaching art, making furniture, a little bit of ceramics, very, very limited knowledge. And I got a job as a sales rep, as doing residential sales. That was really exciting. Fireclay was more of a startup mentality back then. We were a very small brand in the Bay Area. Making tile in the Bay Area. And I haven't left, but I've definitely evolved in my role over time at Fireclay. So I was doing residential sales and then moved over to the commercial sales world, which was really exciting. We didn't have any commercial presence really. We were working with like-minded brands that really focused on sustainability, and then led the charge to really expand and grow our team across the country, which has been fun. Nowadays, my life is a little bit different. I'm not necessarily on the collaboration side with architects and designers, although that was probably the most rewarding experience, finding custom solutions to different projects. Sales is really fun because, you don't consider yourself a salesperson. You don't know that you're that person, but if you love interacting with people and being really solution oriented, and being creative, it's a really fun job because in art, A&D, you're not only just working on 1 to 5, maybe 10 projects at a time, you're working on hundreds. So you get to see a little piece of the puzzle in all the designs. So whether it's a restaurant, a corporate office, healthcare, whatever it may be, there's a little bit of everything, which makes it really exciting and interesting. nowadays I'm really focused on developing a sales growth plan for our company. So I have about 30 sales reps that report to me, and I'm living in spreadsheet land. So kind of back to this maybe computer science start that I had, but it's really exciting. Working mom at home, you may hear my toddler crying in the background. So that's all its own set of things right now, but it's really exciting, and it's really rewarding to now really focus on personal development of my sales reps to help them be really creative thinkers for different people in the industry. So that's about me.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And before your toddler wanders in, one interesting question. Do you have any insight for those with disabilities entering the interior design field?
For them themselves, or them navigating the space around them?
I think the way I read that question is for them themselves.
Yeah, I mean, just one thing that I thought was really interesting thinking about universal design was, I know that that's a field that's really studied at Cal, and there's just things that you can think about when designing your space, whether that's the lighting that you're choosing to use, and really maybe it's also the accessibility for folks when they're entering a space. You know, one thing I learned is most elevators are towards the back of a building, but there's really creative ways that people can navigate space when they walk in, whether that's all-inclusive environments where maybe you have a ramp that goes in the inside of a building that as a walkway for everyone, but the least you can segregate and folks and have it be more of an inclusive experience, the more meaningful it's going to be and the more collaborative, and that's really impactful. So sound, how it echoes in a space, a lot of people have different sensory sensitivities, and all of those things are a factor that comes into play in design.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much for giving us some insight into your life, and thank you for joining us. With that, I will turn it over to Jackie Fink with Hayworth.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Give me a thumbs up or something.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'd like to start. Hi, my name is Jackie Fink. I work for Hayworth here in the Bay Area in San Francisco. And I'd like to start by offering some advice right out the gate. And that is that speaking engagements like this one tend to come up all the time, either virtually, which we've experienced for the past year more than ever, or in person. And it's really somewhat nerve-wracking, I have to say, especially when you're new. So my advice is to take a public speaking course if you can, or do improv or Toastmasters. I've tried all three of these, and it's a great way to practice speaking in front of larger groups. So just offering that advice right off the bat, just because I was thinking about it. But I'll dive into my little show here for 5 minutes. I'm Jackie Fink, like I said, and I work for a company called Hayworth. And if you don't know Hayworth, I'll tell you a tiny bit of background information on Hayworth. We're a global furniture manufacturer, commercial grade. We're the only company of our type that's family owned, and we are third generation and 70 years in business. We have 7,000 members. We have showrooms and offices all over the world. And one of our key important features is that we like to do a lot of research, and we consider our headquarters in Holland, Michigan, a living lab. We use that to create things like white papers, surveys, and case studies. And I'll tell you why that's important in just a few moments. I'll tell you a little bit about my early years now. And this is probably the 40th time you've heard this from all of us today, but I started off when I was very young being interested in color, creativity. I drew many, many hours a day when I had time to do so. And I focused on art and design, especially in college. I studied two-dimensional art. So lots of drawing, printmaking, painting, a great background for what I do today. After going to the university, I went to a trade school and studied interiors. And while I was doing that, I was part-time working in retail sales. And I really liked that because I got to be active, meet lots of people. Postgraduate, I began working for a new home builder, and I was helping new home buyers select their interior finishes, kind of like retail sales meets design and art. I really liked that. It was a great way to start. This was in a different market than San Francisco, by the way. When I moved to San Francisco about 15 years ago, I started with commercial outside sales, which is what I do today. And I like this a little bit more than residential myself, just because you could make your own schedule, meet lots of new people, utilize design focus, and there was a lot of variety. One thing I got into right away when I moved to the Bay Area and was new to both the industry and the area was IIDA, which it had helped a lot with networking, meeting people, having a community. And I think having a sense of community right now is especially important. Many people are feeling quite isolated in their homes for the last year. So getting together like we are today, I think really helps. I've volunteered for IIDA in different facets of the organization since 2007. And I definitely recommend you get involved as well. I think you're off to a good start by joining this event. Since we've been in shelter in place for such a long time now, I think creativity comes into play a lot. I'm still trying to engage with clients daily. I've done things virtually like whiskey tastings, trivia nights, outdoor dining, and even wellness walks. Lesson learned on my side, even though I sell ergonomic products, I haven't been sitting in the most ergonomic fashion since the pandemic began, and I've had a couple of pinched nerves. So here's my little public service announcement. Make sure you have a work from home station that's ergonomic. And if you'd like to, you can contact me because we have very special pricing for that for students. Back to what I do today. I am a dealer sales manager, which is a special role at Hayworth. We work directly with our dealers and focus on more annuity business, which is government, state, local, and federal higher education. I work a lot with architects and designers. And the thing that I really like about that is I really like variety. I never have the same day twice, and I really like that. I love getting to know clients better, trying to chat with them to understand their needs, and then taking the research and all the living lab work that we do at Hayworth to try to help them be productive. And I think that's probably about 5 minutes. Is there any questions I can answer?
Well, nothing's leaping forward at the moment, but Jackie, thank you so much for joining. And we are running a few minutes behind, so I'll keep the show rolling and bring on David.
Okay, thanks everybody. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. My name is David Migalucci, and I work for a company called 16500. I'm an outside lighting sales rep. And it's a very interesting job because, as others have mentioned, in being in outside sales, I work with a lot of lighting designers, architects, interior designers, and engineers. And my day is always going in different directions. And I had a project manager once say, if you can design a space great with all the materials that you have, but if you don't light it correctly, things can look flat. You can't tell what's there. So I've always taken that to heart. My background on how I got here, I had a degree I went to University of Wisconsin in Madison, and I had a degree in business. And I was in my last semester, and I looked around on the floor at all these companies, and I didn't want to go work for any of them. And I'd had a background in doing art and always admiring the people that were bringing their portfolios and going by. And I decided to sign up for a design class. And I did really well at it. And I just decided, well, you know, I'm going to stay in school. So I took that approach of not rushing through school and got a second degree in interior architecture. And with that, you know, with both of those backgrounds, I did numerous different internships. One was with the Washington Post, one was at Land's End. I worked with CUNA Mutual. They had their own design firm facilities and would help design different parts of that large headquarters campus. And I also worked for some interior design internships. And all of those are great. I also did an ad agency because they give you a different experience on what you might like, what you dislike. And sometimes knowing what you don't like helps you find what you do like. So I decided then it was either had to get out of the Midwest. So I was either going to New York or San Francisco. For numerous reasons, I chose San Francisco and said to my mom, you want one last road trip? Packed up the car, everything I owned, and drove out to San Francisco. Found a job with an architectural firm, worked there for 1 to 2 years. And when I was in that role, all these reps kept coming in with floor coverings and carpet samples and furniture and lighting. And with my design background, I really liked lighting at that time and decided, you know what? I think I'm going to try to figure out how to use my business aspect and my artistic design aspect. And I think, you know, outside sales and lighting would be that. And that's what I went after. And that's the job I've had since then. And it's been great because I get to work with numerous designers. I get to see numerous types of projects. And there's always, with lighting, there's always a challenge, whether it's on the budget side or whether it's on the design side. And there's always something that comes up. Oh, the plenum space moved, or, oh, we have to move for an air duct, or this is our budget. So it always keeps me on my toes. And I have a lot of different aspects of how a day can go. So a lot of the other people who have shared, I will give the same advice. Do as many internships as you can do. Definitely travel if and when we can again. And you get that break between starting your professional career. It's a great time to go see the world and learn. And public speaking, definitely key. I got a lot of that during my business and my design side because we'd always have to present. They'd always force you to get up in front of everyone and explain your business idea or explain your design idea. And I really got used to that. And it's definitely a very positive skill. And when you do get that first job, definitely network. Try to go to as many events as you can, meet as many people as you can, and that'll just keep opening up doors for you because you never know where you're going to start and where you're going to land. I think that is that's all I have to share. So are there any questions? Actually, before I stop that, I will go back into 16500 a little bit more. So as a rep agency, I rep about 90 lighting commercial manufacturers, and they are manufacturers from the United States and Europe. We also do controls. Controls with Title 24 is definitely becoming a prevalent thing that sometimes leads projects more than the lighting does. So with that aspect, deal with, we have companies that obviously we want to try to get our products onto those projects, and manufacturers say, good job, Dave. And they give us a commission off of getting our lighting and controls on those projects. And one of my favorite events actually is the IIDA Awards. And you get to see all the architects go there and show their awesome projects. And a lot of those I get to say, I worked on that. There's my lighting in that one. And it's just a lot of fun to see a whole project come together. And that gives you a lot of self-worth and value to know that you started something that was on paper and ended as a full design project.
That's great. Thank you, David. One of the questions that came in is, did you have to take any lighting classes?
I did not, because it wasn't a focus or offered at the university. We did have lighting that was part of other classes, but I didn't unfortunately get the chance to just have a lighting class on its own.
Yeah, my experience has been there's very little lighting being taught at design schools. I mean, certainly at some of the, for lack of a better word, the more prestigious ones are some of the names you know, but I mean, there weren't any offered at the school I went to. Most of the people I know, they did not study lighting. So it's very much kind of a, you know, you learn it when you're hired by a lighting company, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. And yeah, lighting can be very important. And I remember the little lighting that I had, I grabbed onto it. I was so interested, and other students were like, eh. And a few of us were like, no, this is great. And it has a lot of technical background. I think I saw a question of how do I meet with clients during the pandemic? So a lot of Zoom meetings, if it's project based, which actually helps out even better because it saves time and we can all see on the screen what we're talking about. We also do a lot of webinars and outreach, and we have in place trying to get designers to sign up for different manufacturers that are trying to present and keep it short, 30 minutes or so, on a specific topic, and just trying to educate the community that way on new products that are out there.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, David. Very much appreciated. With that, we'll keep it going. Sergio. There he is.
Hi, I'm Sergio Prieto. I am excited to be here. I have been participating with IIDA for many, many years, and I have a special place in my heart for the student events, so glad to be here. I work for a company called MG West, and we are, I mean, for lack of a modern current term, which we're actually thinking about now, we're a furniture dealership. It's the traditional call what MG West is. But what we do is we sort of bring together all of the players in a project. We can help with specifying furniture, working with the A&D community. We also work with the end users. We work with brokers, project managers, just a lot of different people that whose hands touch the projects that we get to see. I appreciate it because it's very creative. Our firm is extremely creative. We have actual interior designers that work for us. So we, as a dealer role is ever evolving, we see that there's a need for that, where we have to be extremely creative and help our partners on both sides just kind of think outside the box. And we travel to a lot of different shows internationally to see the latest and greatest, newest products available. And so it keeps us in tune with what is going on with trends and the market and all of that. And obviously what's happening now with the pandemic, we're all kind of trying to figure out how to help people get back to their work spaces and how to still be creative and how to also help people in their home, get product that they can work with in their personal spaces. I have been in this industry for many, many years. I started in a furniture dealership as a design assistant. I was helping the technical design side of doing the CAD drawings and all that, and also the project management. So I would get to see the actual installation and how things were built on site and put together, which I found fascinating. And then I left that and went to work for a manufacturer and a dealer rep. And so I got to see that side of it as well, which I was very interested in, but I really enjoyed connecting with people. And that's one of the things that I appreciate about what I do at MG West. And essentially I'm in sales, but I connect with a lot of different kinds of people. Like I said, like the diversity of the group that I get to be around is quite diverse, and I appreciate that. I work closely with Jackie. Hayworth is our main manufacturer, so she and I partner in a lot of projects together, and I just really appreciate just the connection and all the great people that I get to meet through what I do. I also like to present and get passionate about projects and how they start on the design side, how they kind of funnel through to our side and then go to inception and to completion. One of the pieces of advice I would give is definitely keep participating in IIDA. There's a lot of great events that IIDA puts on. I've met a lot of amazing students that now I see at firms, taking steps to be the next, big, hopefully designers that we'll be working with in the future. And just, think outside of the box, like, try to just push yourself to meet people and take that extra step to introduce yourself. I always appreciated when somebody would come up to me and just introduce themselves and tell me, what they're working on. And, it's about just connecting. And even if we're not on the same plane or working on the same, project or what have you, we might still know someone that we can somehow collaborate, or I can introduce you to, or vice versa. So I would say definitely keep going to events, do your homework, check out IIDA stuff. They put on a lot of great events, and don't put yourself in a little box. Like you might end up somewhere on your career path that you never thought you would. And yeah, I think that's all I have. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Sergio, for that information. Or thank you for sharing your story with us. That's fantastic. That's really good. All right. Last, certainly not least, Amy. Hello. Thank you for joining us.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I can't see you, but I trust that you're all out there somewhere. My name is Amy Young. I am an environmental graphic designer, so a little different than everybody else that has just discussed. I work at AST Sky, which is an architecture firm, and Sky is the graphics team at the architecture firm. So I generally create wall graphics for spaces. So, whenever you go into a space and there's a custom wallpaper, or maybe there's like a painted graphic, or there's an art installation, or there's signage, that's the type of thing that I work on. So I'm not an interior designer or an architect, but I kind of work closely with them to bring the space to life and to kind of, create different artistic moments throughout the space. And like David, I also went to the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and also I got a degree in art and fine arts. And I also took printmaking classes as well. So I got a chance to get that kind of hands-on feel of all of the printmaking classes. And I was lucky enough to take a graphic design class in high school as well. So I kind of went to college thinking graphic design is what I'm going to do. And that's the career path. And amazingly, I'm still doing that. But my career has taken some different turns. So when I first graduated, I did a lot of traveling. That is one thing I would recommend, is take breaks throughout your career and travel. All of these were before 2020, but it's still something that, I would recommend if you're able to. But I did start then. My first major job was at a experiential marketing firm in Wisconsin. And we did graphics for a lot of big events. So one of my main jobs there was to design graphics for the Olympics. And we would design these spaces and create these experiences for guests and for athletes. And I would design graphics for the walls, or for the ceilings, or for, pop-up stands, or games, or anything else that we had. And that really kind of changed my career in the sense of thinking in 2D, or thinking of printed graphics or digital graphics, to thinking in 3D and thinking of graphics in a space. So after I worked at this experiential marketing firm and decided that, I needed to move out of Wisconsin, I moved to San Francisco about 6 years ago. And after a couple other, different jobs in marketing, I decided that I liked doing the environmental graphics like I had done in Wisconsin. And so I got a different job at Studio Opus, which is a interior architecture and design firm as well. And I worked there for about 3 years. And I really enjoyed kind of transitioning those kind of environmental graphic skills from marketing into interior design, because it kind of feels nice to design a space that is going to be permanent. All of the events that I had worked on were temporary. So there's just kind of a different level of sophistication there when you're designing for a permanent space, and you're designing for something that people will spend a lot of time in. So When I was there, I designed a lot of, again, like wallpapers, installations, and I would design graphics that would get painted onto walls, that kind of thing, often just working with the interior designers and the architects to figure out, does this wall graphic match the flooring and all of that kind of thing. And I do think that, that type of graphics does transition into architecture a lot. I mean, a lot of my current coworkers at ASD Sky are designing, the pattern that will go into the wood grain, or that'll be carved into the wood, into a space. Sometimes they ask for my help, sometimes they do it on their own. And so I think that, there is this kind of mix between the lines of what I help with, and there is not like this rigid definition of what I do between graphic design and interior design, since it really all has to work together in order to create a beautiful space. So I think that that is kind of my journey. I don't know if anybody has any questions, feel free to reach out.
I think one question somebody posed was, do you draw or sketch still?
Yeah, I do. I mean, one project that I'm working on right now for a client are these posters that are creating a gallery wall. And one of the posters is the size of a door, and it's covering up a secret poker room. And those are all these posters that I like illustrated. I sketched them by hand, then brought them into the computer and, designed everything by hand on the computer. But everything generally starts with a sketch for me, especially since, as probably many of you know, when you're designing in architecture and designing for a space, it feels really good to like draw in dimensions and sketch out rough ideas before finalizing a design.
And do you have a lot of freedom with the design of your visual elements?
Yeah, I think it just totally depends on the project, but one of the, biggest things for me is I do not like to design spaces for a client, and most of our clients are, large companies, and we're designing workplaces. So I don't love to design a space that is really heavily branded in that company's colors. So, if you're designing something for like Google and everything in the space is like red, green, blue, red, like that is not very fun. Plus everybody that works at Google knows already that they work at Google, and all their emails are Google, and everything is Google, Google, Google. So when they see the space, they don't need everything to be exactly matchy with the brand. So I do think there's a lot of flexibility there. And most of the time we try to develop a concept and a narrative that will be threaded throughout the space in subtle ways, not creating like a rainforest cafe type of theme, but like just creating some sophisticated themes that run throughout the space that work with the brand, but aren't, hitting you over the head.
Nice. Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Amy. That's greatly appreciated for your insight into what you do. And thank you for sharing your story. All right. Thank you to all of the professionals in the Meet the Professionals for joining today. Greatly appreciated. Just a huge diversity in background and what you do. So again, thanks to all of you for sharing. With that, I'm going to share my screen one last time because we have one last raffle item. So this one is Corral laptop stand from Jess Midden. And I hope it is Corral, not Coral. No, it is Corral. And a laptop stand. And the winner of this one, chosen at random, is Arlene Solomon. So Arlene, if you are still with us, please raise your hand or indicate somehow in the chat room that you are here. And if not, we will give it to someone else. So with that, I'm going to turn it over for closing remarks to our VP of Student Affairs for IIDA Northern California, Rachel Maloney. So Rachel.
Thanks, Tony. I know we're a few minutes over, so I'll make this quick. I just wanted to say hello and thank you to all of you who've attended today. I know it's always a lot to dedicate this amount of time, but we do think it's so important to kind of connect as a community. So we appreciate you all showing up, and also to all of the amazing professionals on the call today. So I hope that you were inspired. I hope it gave you new ideas about where and what you can start to think about and do with your career as you kind of enter out into the workforce. And I think that there was you know, a lot of amazing work that was shown, and also a lot of opportunity for what you might be able to do and who you might be able to join. This is the beginning of starting to network. So reach out to people that you saw in this conference today. LinkedIn's an amazing tool. You guys have all heard me say this before, for those who know me. So definitely use this as an opportunity to start making connections with both professionals and your peers. So with that said, I just want to say thank you again. We do have a couple other quick events coming up that I just wanted to talk about really quickly. It's a busy month actually for students. And so we have just next week already, next Wednesday, we have or 2 weeks, I'm sorry, we have on the 24th, our student roundtable series. So I think a lot of you have joined before. This is a really casual monthly conversation that's ongoing. It's every single month. It's usually the 3rd or 4th Wednesday of every month from 11 to 12 Pacific Standard Time. And it's intended just to be just that. It's a casual conversation to come together and talk about kind of what's on your mind, what's needed, you know, what you're wanting to hear from us or what isn't working. And, you know, we tend to bring in professionals and have conversations about different topics. So next session is actually all about portfolio review. We've gotten a lot of requests specifically about like, what should my portfolio look like and how can I improve it for specifically online. So we're going to kind of dive into that. We're going to show some best in case you know, best of show cases, and then we're going to have some people kind of talk through some examples and whatnot. And then we also have our local charrette coming up on February 27th. This is a Saturday. This is a huge annual event every year, and it's a really awesome way to come together and actually kind of start to collaborate and co-build with your peers. This is an all-day event, 9 to 3 or 9 to 2, that you basically we're gonna do it virtually, but you're gonna go into breakout rooms and kind of work collaboratively in mural boards on the design challenge. And then the winning team will go on to regionals. So it's a really awesome event. There's definitely prize money involved and other amazing connections and networking. So please go to the IIDA website and just, you know, go to the student link for student events, and you can see all of them there. A lot of these events are free right now. So please go register, more the merrier. So Tony, thank you so much for designing this amazing event. It was awesome. So many great people who could join today. So
fantastic. Yes, thank you, Rachel. Thank you for those remarks. We are in the last minute, but just last housekeeping. I did not hear from Arlene, so I'm going to open it up to to the next person randomly selected. Feng Mai, are you still on the conference? Are you still on the webinar? If you are, please speak now through the chat room. Because you were the winner of that last raffle prize. With that, I will thank everyone for participating today. Appreciate you giving us 5 hours, and hopefully you saw some value in this. Thank you to all of the people who participated on the professional side. It's greatly appreciated. And again, one big takeaway from everything you heard is do not be shy about reaching out to people, tap into the resources, do internships, network. It is going to help you tremendously, especially in times like this. IIDA is a great resource for that. It has helped me. It has helped many others in weathering storms or weathering slowdowns. So again, take advantage of us as a resource. Again, thank you for your time. And with that, I will say good afternoon to you and have a great weekend. Thanks much.